wife. There's like 20 people playing at all right now instead online. Yeah. Population 20. There's a huge event live. In theory, I don't see it. Um, maybe at the Steam thing while we. Here's my face. How exciting! Am I using the wrong mic again? Yeah, no. I don't know what it's doing. It's too quiet again. I'm a little quieter every day lately. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting away. Hi, Limited. Welcome to trying to find out what's going on. Well, my wife is in extreme pain for things no one can control because that's the life she gets to live. Very cool. It's out now. Dark place to Phasmophobia. Solar, welcome to my couch. It's comfy. Or it used to be when I on. Ghost. So where is Lizzie? Ooh. Feel ooh woo? Not the impression I was getting. Getting the impression that you were like, oh, yeah, you're dying. Yeah, that's closer to what I was picking up on. Again, do say something if you need to go to, like, hospital. Ha ha ha, great name. Oh, it's the beer guy. Hello, the beer guy. Yeah, we got the fuse chat. I just gotta get Liz in the room. Oh. Ghosts, huh? Because you're giving birth to cramps. They have no tangible physical form besides the pain inside your body. But if you're giving birth to them, so it's probably like spirits, demons, spectral presences. Ah, yes, the vapors and other such things. Sorry it hurts. Is there anything I can get you before we get wrapped up in it? Are we just at the whims of your body? You don't know. I'm sorry. Liz said she might have something that helps laying around if you need it, so keep us posted. I know you don't want to bother anybody, but, you know, sometimes it is justified to be something of a bother in life. It's fine. Mute because your bed is going to bed. No. Oh, there's a message from Liz. What does it say? Oop. Need you to invite me to the game again. Got it, boss. Helping? That doesn't work. I could just send her the room code. Hi, Talus. Boom. Someday I'll be good at sake of it. Copy that. I'm not muted. Yeah, it counted. Said it counted. Enter the room code. So if it still continues to be a jerk, I should be able to just do that. Unless my version's not up. That's what's wrong. But it should be. I checked. Oh yeah, fucking nailing it. I'll double check. Because now I'm paranoid. I'm really good at being paranoid. Steam would have updated. Right? Like, oh, it says updated. Double check. We're on 0171. 0171. 171. Or 171. If I go into Phasmo, see what version I'm playing. Dates. Default content updated. 5th. Oh no. Okay, my Phas may not have updated, which is very interesting because fucking should. All right, let's see here. Device. He says. Okay, so Liz's is updated. She is seeing Alan Wake shit, and I'm not. I'm not seeing the option to update. Browse local files, hide this game, mark as private properties, updates. Immediately download updates. Nothing. Okay. Oh my god. Am I really? Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I mean, I am going to do what she said. I'm going to restart Steam. Close game. Right. And we wait the computer to stop being mad about that. Good start. We're having a good day over here. How's everyone else doing? We're updating Steam, apparently. I didn't it do that itself. Doing all right, Spring. Logging in, loading user data. Now available, all sorts of crap. Nine Souls is on sale. Wobble Dogs, remember Wobble Dog? Cheap right now. Hey. Now it's patching. Holy crap. Very cool. Even updating Phasmo is buggy. That's encouraging. Well, while I'm waiting on that, I'm going to go ahead and run an ad so anyone coming in doesn't have to deal with pre-rolls. So be sure to flip the bird at your screen now. If you're a subscriber or using some other method of avoiding ads, congratulations. Now you're just flipping me off. I'm going to suck on your finger. Now what? I'm doing it wrong, apparently. My wife is having horrible cramps. She has a heating pad. She's also very toasty because she's under that big old comforter. So I'm not sure what else I can do. She's on painkillers and weed. You're on your painkillers right now, right? Yeah. Like, scary. Usually she handles this like a... Frankly, the scary thing is usually how powerful she is. The fact that she breaking down like this does concern me. Oh, we updated. Okay, let's see if this works. That's working. That's stuff working. Over here now.
PHASMOPHOBIA by Alan Wake.
Right. That's already a better start than we had. This is less promising. Hello? Hey! Oh my goodness, there is a lot of TVs. A lot of TVs. We're joining Liz's game. We do that. That'll be fun. Whoa? Did I unbreak? Oh, you're up there. Hi.
Hello?
I had to reboot Steam entirely. It was a bitch.
That's bullshit.
Yeah. Like it was convinced the game was updated. I don't think they put enough TVs in here.
No, and they're not all playing the same video.
Really?
I just needed.
All of mine are playing the same video. Am I supposed to find one that's not?
I literally haven't looked. I just assumed that at least one set of TVs would be playing something different.
Incorrect,
and
Buzzer.
You just happened to call me on it.
Okay, coming out of Remnant Records, Liz, let's have an argument. Let's have an argument immediately. Remember how Remnant Records we were able to talk outside the house and didn't have to worry about proximity unless we were in the house?
Right.
So, is it a good thing or a bad thing that proximity chat is present in the Phasmophobia lobby?
I mean, it's kind of atmospheric, but at the same time, I feel like this is a small enough space that I should be able to hear you yelling from across the room.
You'd think. I also think they'd throw that reverb in here. Now, here's another one.
Yeah.
Talk from where you are. Just say stuff.
Right.
Okay, so you have being in the menu does not affect it at all. You have the same proximity chat for wherever you're standing. So,
nice.
Yeah, that's silly. We got letters. Oh!
I was right. That TV up there is showing something different.
This speaks to me.
He took the deer to his house, and there he made her his wife. We laughed, but he set us straight. The deer is dear to me, in more ways than one, but a moose steak is never a mistake.
Fascinating. Here, play with that. What?
I already did that.
Oh.
Something had shifted.
And then that one also talks to you.
Yeah. Immediately. Ghost hunting contracts for GHD were always strange, but this was something else. Beyond the obvious change in the room, the television sets, the chalk drawings, there was something more subtle. A dark and unseen presence pressing against the fabric of reality, about to rewrite things for an unknowable purpose. The feeling had emanated from the typewriter that had manifested in the middle of the room with faint clacking of keys. More imagined than heard. The story on the page the investigator was now reading, was the description of what was happening to them now. They were trapped in a story.
Well, it's about time this game has one.
PHASMOPHOBIA by Alan Wake.
Oh, I can hear it too.
Yep.
Hi, Alan. What you doing, buddy?
What's he picking up there?
Are you just standing in a spooky cabin? Yeah. Oh, he's doing great. Yep. When you get mad at your work and you don't do it on a fucking Cintiq. Why's the room rotates? He's crying. Yeah, he's very good. Yep. This hey. He's being crying. Now he's a Birdman again. He threw himself on the ground. So I haven't actually played Alan Wake. But in my experience, this is not what it's like to write usually.
Not for me, no.
Usually there's more words going on the page and less checking my
More
walls.
ticky-tacking.
I've never once acted like a bird on top of my desk as part of the process, but what do I know? You know?
I mean, maybe that's why I've never finished anything.
Maybe.
Did I just
What?
kill shared chat? I don't think so. Okay, that should be fine.
I think we're just watching something from Alan
X
Wake
out of
2 or
something.
something. It says returned by Alan Wake, so it's
Beautiful.
it might just be an Alan Wake 2 promo video on loop with like a posterization filter thrown over chunks of it, but I don't know, whatever. So some of the maps changed, I saw that.
Yeah.
I don't know if these have anything to do with it, but there's all kinds of shit going on now. So, oh, there's more paper. Can't grab these ones. Some of them aren't okay. Gersh says we.
X out of something on my mobile dashboard. No.
Anything else in the lobby of
Good
interest?
news, our ankles still break if we spin.
Well, I mean, that's the most important thing, right? Oh, I got mine to do a full 360. Fuck you. I think they might be worse. All right. Jesus Christ. I didn't think they could ruin it more. What we got over here? Earn community points. Oh, that's the community. Get an ID card and badge. Earn your own points. Get a charm. Reveal words of power. Find and solve doll puzzles. Okay.
Oh boy.
All right. The mysterious author, Alan Wake, writes about a darkness seeping in, a shadowy presence, another world overlapping with our own. He should stop that. That seems to be what makes it happen. And somehow the fiction written on these pages is becoming real. Again. For the third time or fourth or whatever. The manuscript also describes a group of ghost hunters with the ability to purge the shadows and unravel the mystery. It is up to you to assume your role in the story and protect this reality from the encroaching darkness. Not quite old, not quite new. Camp Woodwind, Nell's Diner, Bleasdale Farmhouse, and Grafton Farmhouse have all become areas of overlap. Well, okay. I'm good to see the physics are still chilling right the fuck out. But also, I feel like I need to censor this. Those clipboards be humping. At least on my end.
They're not doing that on my screen.
Yeah, they're having a nice little wiggle over there.
Nice.
All right. Well, I'm glad that they got one TV asset in here for the main lobby. Oh dear. Okay, so we have stats for different maps.
So it would seem. And Tanglewood's not one of them.
But the diner is.
Upsettingly.
The ODR diner is. So your happy place. Also, I see the shittiest cabin is now laced in blacklight, so that's gonna be fun. And now Maple Lodge is Coffee World.
Coffee World.
All right, Liz, take your pick: Deer Diner or Coffee World.
I'm picking the diner.
All right, let's start with the diner. Do we want to be on professional, or do we want to tone it down while we get our footing, whatever the hell's going on?
You're right. We should tone it down while we get our footing.
All right, you're in charge, so.
Yep.
How's that feel? Enjoying that? I see we're down to one badge now.
Power.
And I'm blonde. Why am I blonde? Why am I blonde?
It was the first game for amateur. It'll be fine. I don't know. My dude doesn't seem to have changed.
I turned blonde. I don't want to be blonde. Now, supposedly our prestige shirts are now free. So we can just have those. Did they fix my hair?
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't look as bad on my end. Can you see the hat on me yet? Let's do the test.
No.
I hit save. Do I have my big dumbass bald spot now?
Yeah.
Damn.
Kinda.
Is it better than it was at least? It's such a low bar.
It is better than it was, but there's like a chunk of hair under where the hat ends that just like is clipped into your head by the hat, I think.
Cool. You know, I still think they've never seen a pants in their life. All right. Oh, you got an Alan Wake.
Accurate. That's me.
You got an Alan Wake badge, huh? Hollow? How'd you get that
apparently.
already? Oh, all right, cool. I didn't even look at that part. I'm attentive.
This just says unlocked by participating in the event.
Works for me, man.
I don't know why I have the shiny one.
Because you're gorgeous, obviously.
True.
There you go. The old dear diner. I hope you enjoyed the song I sent you earlier. That is why Oh Dear Diner is a thing. I went, oh, I know what that is. Map layout looks basically the same.
Yeah.
That's good.
EMF reader.
Hold use.
Camera, unique videos, parabolic microphone.
Hi, I have this.
Oh, fun.
I don't know what it is, but I have it.
Some sort of thing. Some sort of
Yeah.
object.
I've got a different black light that is not UV. I also have the frame rate. Oh, it's raining. Cool. My frame rate loves that it's raining. For the sake of argument, let me see
Mine
what.
seems to like that a lot too.
Let's see if I can do something about my RAM situation. I'll shrink the cave for now. I'm not using it. You know, having multiple fully 3D apps, sometimes it's still stuttering. It's still stuttering.
Are there people in?
I'm assuming these are for, like, secret messages. Is that just a dude in the hallway? What is that?
Yeah, there's some dudes out there too, I think.
Okay.
What's going on here?
I don't know. Guess we just get to figure it out because, as ever, Phasmophobia loves explaining itself. Oops.
True.
How are we supposed to figure out what to do if we don't know what to do? I don't know. I'm getting this backwards from the joke I was trying to make. How are we supposed to be confused if they explain things? There we go. Nailed it. Need a lighter. Need the keys. Let's go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's choke on that desert rain, baby. Oh, dear diner. Did you just see like a TV flicker sort of thing?
What?
Screen like did a distortion like a TV screen, like kind of tuning in like it's supposed to.
I didn't see that. Doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Oh, there's shadows of people, and there's a the fuse box is in the dining room. So the question is, do
Okay.
these shadows kill us? Because I'm pretty sure shadows are like the main enemy of the original game, right?
Well, if we die, we die.
We have to like banish these or something? Is that what the light bulb's for?
You friendly, dude?
Just kind of vibe and a lot of them.
Oh, that's not the right one. Did I already? No.
Oh, we're on amateur. It was on to begin with, and I'm dumb.
This sounds scary here. Okay.
Yeah, no, they emit freaky whispers. Oh, hey, look. Textures. We see you. I see
Really
you too.
hard.
Die. You lost her.
Determine what isn't. It's not a ghost sound. Hello. When there's just all these guys here whispering. That's helpful. Thanks, game.
Found the bone. Okay.
Oh.
I didn't turn on the bingo, but whatever.
That's not creepy at all. That was a ghost.
Hey, did you know the freezer's
I
cold?
heard the ghost. I never would have guessed.
Yeah.
I did hear the ghost in like that direction though.
Oh, well, it might be the freezer. It is breath in there. It is also the freezer.
Red light in the freezer, alright.
Hi, were you always there? They move sometimes? What?
Pretty sure I walked through that guy earlier.
Yeah, coming from Remnant, I really feel like the stinking proximity chat. I've been feeling this for a while. It's kind of aggressive as shit. I don't know if they changed it or something, but it feels like we get silent to each other way faster than we should. That's fun.
Agreed.
Yeah, fuck very much. Ooh, Cult of the Word.
Oh,
Lost. You lost. You lost. Find Alice. Initiation. Looking good. Scratch.
no music box.
Glad the manager's doing so good. Anyway, let's go somewhere with a frame rate. Holy crap.
Oh, it's the mirror.
Well, good news. The freezer is
What the fuck
untouched.
is going on with my hands?
What's wrong?
Okay. I got.
You have a photo?
I was scrolling through my items. I did not have a photo. Now I have a photo.
Okay.
I was trying to get to my camera and my stuff was not spawning correctly.
I'm not seeing any ghost evidence yet outside.
I don't like you.
Oh, shit. 5 degrees. Maybe. Might be in here.
That's probably the room then.
Let me check the hall. Might be next door.
There's EMF. I think there's some dirty water in the sink too.
Yeah, it seems like it's here. Dumping some things off. I already found the bone, so...
Oh, you found the bone?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I'm cool and
That
awesome.
means we only need 2 more pictures.
Hard Casey. Isn't that the guy that played, Max Payne?
Who?
Max Payne was made by the same guys that would go on to do Alan Wake and stuff. Like, one of their top brass plays Max Payne. And that looks like the same dude. I have a theory. We're on amateur. We got the ghost kind of wandering. We're gonna do what we do. We can find out. Let's play with the new toys. Shall we? Grab one of these just to have it. These. Well, shit. Let's grab. It's kind of important to have camera set up, so I'll do that. Then I'm gonna play around with the new shit, see what it does. Because I want to know. Assuming that banishes the shadow guys. Supposed to be like 20 of them on the map or something.
Let's find out.
Let's find out. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I love the stop motion movement. Oh, God damn. We'll get used to the jank with enough. Okay, let's. There's this guy right here. Let's just test it on him. Or not. Where'd you go?
Right here.
Lights just went out. Fine.
I might have turned off.
That did not count as evidence, so
Alright.
there is no
Okay,
recording that as a
What?
bonus.
Maybe I'm supposed to do that?
I think you are actually supposed to do that. I think that's part of the thing. Unlocking everything is we banish all the dudes, and there's like 3 puzzles to solve on the map or something. We die here. So finding and banishing all of them is a thing, I believe. Oh, yep. We got thumbprint? We got a thumbprint. Apparently this works as UV and we have a thumbprint. I don't have a photo on me. Get it? But this
Oh, yeah, we counted.
has a big arrow pointing that way. Oh my god, what is this? Words of light, words of light, words of light. Oh! Oh shit! That happened for you too?
What?
Do you not see the thing on the wall?
I'm gonna guess. I see the words of light.
Yeah, go up to that. Oh, and we have a handprint on the door, so we definitely have UV. And here's one. Words of hunt. Okay, there's 3 of those we're supposed to find, and there's arrows everywhere pointing to shit or something. Or maybe there's 20. I don't know. Is this way? Oh, there it is behind the mirror. Words of hunt again. Words of hurt. Hey, can you fucking... There we go. It's not... Give it to me. There we go. Okay, got it. You want to click those. If they're not, like, dispelling for you, you're supposed to dispel them, I think. You want to highlight them with a UV and then, like, get up to them. I don't know if I'm clicking or just staring. I'm kind of confused. But apparently it's separate for us. There was one in the bathroom, on the ceiling. They're everywhere. They're fucking everywhere. There was an arrow here. This way? Is it under here? Ah!
Alright, clearly you're still seeing your UV light, but I do want to point out a fun fact.
What?
Your character model is holding something,
Uh-huh.
but I'm pretty sure I saw the UV light on the floor in the other room.
Good game. Good game. Good game.
Perfect.
I grabbed the
Noted.
mirror.
Oops.
Did I despawn the mirror? Did I turn the mirror into an extra light?
I'm pretty sure I saw you drop the mirror.
Ah, I see you.
That's right there on the floor.
Come on, highlight. Okay, so you gotta find a spot that highlights them. I get it. I get it now. Alright. You have to find a spot where they're highlighted. And if they all appear, then good for you. Up. Aha. There we go. So if the full circle lights up, then you're looking at it, you keep looking at it, and eventually it pops. Much like the bunnies. Fair enough. A little annoying, but fine. This is Banished Demons. I'm finding words. Lovely time. One. It's not a bad experiment. Look around, do stuff, engage with the environment. Find that innately. Oh. Yeah, chill. That. Oh, power. Here am I.
Heard you. Where are you?
Hi. I've been getting words of
I
power.
got spooked. I had to come find you.
You got spooked and had to come find me?
Yes.
This does definitely have us wandering around, but that's the other reason I was like, yeah, we should probably be an amateur just to make sure we aren't wasting all of our time dicking around looking for things and figuring out what it wants from us. So I don't know what the riddles are that they're talking about, but we're banishing guys, right? I'm assuming it gives us points. I'm finding the words of power. Oh, there's one. Do you hear it when I activate them?
No, I don't.
Okay, so this is an individual task. That's nice and annoying. Say, oh, hello. Yeah, fuck your water bill. Okay, arrows disappear once you find them. Good. Here's one down, over and down. Out. There it goes. Icky. Sometimes it's picky. I have no idea how many I've found, but I've found a bunch. Trying to be thorough-ish. Definitely not giving anyone motion sickness, that's for sure. It's kind of just the nature of looking for them. Question is, can they be outside?
Yeah.
Oh, big box.
It is a question.
I think there's like 30 or 20 of these or something on every map. Odd.
Wow, way to pad the playtime, right?
That works. Probably not meant to get all of them in one run, but here I am being a dumbass. We don't have... Oh, we do have power. Over here. Alright. Left where? Ooh. Something of a vexation. Okay, this one says go that way. Not finding anything. Motherfucker. Okay. Making me poop my... Oh, Liz's internet pooped itself. I'm hunting alone. Hooray! Okay. Well. Crap. She did all those. Let me see what I can figure out real quick. We have for sure ultraviolet. Checking our camera. A lot of fucking nothing. We're going to take a shot in the dark and bail so Liz can read. Here's what I have. We know we have ultraviolet. We do not have ghost orbs. That leaves demon, not a demon. Oreo, Myling, poltergeist, mimic. Now we're getting a lot of touchy-touchy. We've had EMF 5. Ain't much. I'm going to guess Obamba. We're just going to go for it. Done. Yeah. Checks out. Let's find out together how I did. Jury says, nice try, dumbass. There. Let's get Lizzie back in the room. That's kind of what I was after. Here, I'll look at this. So at the Oh Dear Dimer, I have 15 out of 20, but I have solved none of the 3 what's it. What are the 3 what's it? This I don't know. Interesting. Does Carrie are doing it. Very good. Here, I think the angel lamp is what she's earned points on by guess. Okay. Find dolls and solve doll puzzles. Ooh. Wait. Surprises me is that I'm not seeing a UV lamp in the room to look around with. Historically, they have done with different events. Oh. Oh, we're having issues. Okay. On a game. 8-2. Well, we're getting Lizzie back in the room. Let's set up our bingo like a good girl, and I'm going to run a 1-minute ad. Boom! Hello. Welcome to the 1-minute ad. Today's episode of 1-minute ad. I'm going to tell you a secret. Spaghetti. Always the secret. Wow. Okay, game.
Maybe.
You cycled through
the whole dang game.
You cycled from like the black guy with no hair to the black guy with your hair to you.
Clearly, the hairstyles can go on multiple characters.
Maybe I could have also misread that. I don't know. You like jumped between multiple. Right? It was first it was the black guy, then it was you, and then it actually loaded your accessories and outfit. Something weird happened. It was like a 3-step process. It was fascinating.
Beautiful, functional game.
I have now set up my what you call it? Bingo.
Bingo?
I did it. I used words. So what I've learned is the words of power carry. It says 15 out of 20 at the diner for me. Banishing the ghost is getting us the personal points, and the first thing you unlock is that key, a chain or something of the angel lamp. Technical difficulties. I'm counting it. And we're also supposed to find dolls.
It's true.
I didn't see any dolls, but I must admit, was pretty busy looking for funny little words all over the place. which I'm still missing 5. But you disconnected and motherfucker started hunting me, and I went, I'm good.
Oof.
So I guessed and guessed wrong. How you doing?
I was spontaneously ejected from the game.
Fun.
Also, our shared chat stopped working.
Ghost hunt. Oh, do I have to
think I
fix that
missed.
again? All right, hold on. I'll
I think if
fix
I
it.
click that. Oh! You're not here yet, it says.
Call
Oh my god, okay.
for you. Says we're not in the same one.
Dashboard?
Thing is so drunk. I'm gonna knock on your. Something went wrong. Okay. Gonna send it to me. Okay.
You.
Show any invites that I'm getting. Why is my chat also in here? That seems redundant.
I don't. I'm already in a collaboration. Leave and join this session. There you are. Okay.
Awesome. Cool. Normal. Love it. Okay.
Beautiful. Perfect.
Odd. I survived the hunt, if that makes you feel anything. I misidentified the ghost.
I love it.
I didn't get impatient. I just hanging for a while. Was UV. God, was there UV. That is all I had to work on. There was definitely UV. Go me.
There was definitely UV.
Bone found. We found the bone. We did. We found the bone. Found the mirror.
I'm not running bingo. I'm gonna go tiki-tack on Lee's guy. Oh no! I looked at my notifications. There we go. Okay. I already answered that one earlier. Fuck off.
Huh. We'll go back to the diner and get our revenge on your internet.
Indeed.
Your blazing fast, high-speed fiber optic internet that's really awesome, except when it decides not to.
It's literally just like 10 seconds at a time that it drops out.
Very cool.
Any other activity, it would be fine.
Very cool. Oh yeah.
All right. Diner.
I'm still missing 5 words of power, so you know what I'm doing immediately.
But I'm gonna try and zap all 20 of the guys.
Good.
Video cameras.
You know what?
Crucifix hunt. Firelight. Okay.
I will try and find the ghost before I
should
waste
use
all
the
my
flashlight.
time being a dumbass. It's fine.
Valid. Guess I'll take a camera just in case I need it.
I mean, it's good to at least know where it is before you make yourself insane.
Yeah, probably. I was just thinking about how, what if the ghost really doesn't like it when I zap his shadow friends?
I think it's in there again. But
Of which I
not.
think there are 20.
Something like that, yeah. Cannot turn your flashlight on while holding down the thermometer because reasons. Yeah, it's in here again. The what you call it. It's 10 degrees. This is a pretty good candidate for ghost room immediately. What if I walk over here? What do I get? What's up, dude? Turn the power off.
Scared me.
Excuse me.
All I heard was footsteps running towards me, and I was less scared.
You die that fast on amateur, we call demon and I run.
Right?
That's demon shit. Hi, Alan. Diner. I don't think I... It's cold everywhere. Place whose power was on when we walked in. It sure is fucking chilly in here.
Maybe.
Found the nightmare, whatever, the pentagram, whatever, summoning circle. That's what it's called.
Nice.
I took its fit.
Dudes in here.
Wow, I cannot talk tonight. I took its
Maybe.
picture.
You're a dude. Get off the toilet.
So rule number 1: let a man shit.
I don't
It is 4 degrees in here. It is 3
Right?
degrees in here. I think I see my breath. Ghosts in here. Fuck it. All
Yeah,
that.
it seems like this. Yeah, I see my breath.
Right, cool. I have not found the bone, so keep that in mind as you rummage around killing me.
I did find the bone.
You did find the bone. Well, shit. Then I'm gonna ditch my camera in the ghost room. Hello. Not there last time? I feel like I would have seen that if that were there last time.
Alright, was that like 10? What?
I don't remember this painting being here before. Oh. Novel by
13. 14.
Get them! Explode their asses! Painter. Right. Next up. Grab this bad boy. Flap this. Here. Grab it. Grab that. That's the good stuff. Let's do it. Oh, I'm gonna go back here. Or I haven't finished. I'm missing 5 words of power somewhere. Come on, it's just fucking dark in here.
I don't know, I lost count.
What? Must have blew a few. Orbs. Freezing. Presently no UV. Mimic is on the table. Be careful about those orbs. Out. That's cheap. Otis, thank you very much. I'm always touching doors and stuff a lot. I haven't seen any, seen fingies yet. Here. Ladies. I got mixed feelings. Got a prize asshole. Don't even mention that's a roll. I've got mixed feelings. I've got mixed. Phasmophobia, direct. Can't think. Something wrong with my brain. What's up? Tree.
Are you friendly?
Heck.
Do you want to hurt me?
Up.
Are you friendly? Do you want to hurt me? How did you die? Give us a sign.
Error. Pointing this way, but
Oh. Wow. Injured in this, huh?
or here. Don't know where. Oh. Find this one. No, I didn't. Arrow pointing. Got something. What's that?
Spirit box.
Cool. Mimic is still on the fucking table. We need to disprove UV though, and I haven't seen it, so I don't think it's the Mimic. Oh, thunder and lightning. In which case it would be an Onryo. Also, I'm very crazy. Pointed out here, but I can't look out here. Can be outside. My mind, Liz. Yay, Mando.
Firelight.
I'm missing one.
I need
I took one.
firelight.
An arrow pointing into a corner. I have no idea where it wants me to be. I tried looking outside. Find it. Done. Gotta hope I can. This way. Or this one? This way. Follow it, Alan. Oh, what?
Oh, fuck.
Get you?
I have a camera out and I didn't even think to take a picture of him because I thought he was gonna die.
Can't solve it, Liz. Solve it. There's an arrow here. Wait, it's gone now. What? What? It only shows up when the lights are on, and the posters only do. What? Okay. I'm missing something. Oh, there it is. Victory is mine. So I need to point something out to you real quick. These posters on the wall and this arrow.
Yes.
I do not think this is tied to a word of power. I want you to look right at that. Here, in fact, even take this UV. Point it right at that that arrow. On the ground. I threw it on the ground right at your feet. See this?
I don't see it. No.
See this?
I can't. There's nothing for me to select.
Real.
Okay, that's better.
Okay. Point at that arrow on the wall. There you go. Now watch this. Gonna just go ahead and...
Why does that one go away when you turn the lights off?
Oh.
Oh, no arrow over here though.
There it is. Oh, yeah, that's for word of power. I'm done. The posters also disappeared.
Interesting.
Like, look at the wall, turn the light on, posters. I know light is a part of Alan Wake.
That's you, okay. Fuck.
It's me. Run for your life. I'm the crazed butt stabber. Here I come to stab you on the butt. Now, you said you did find one of the dolls?
No, I did not.
Okay, well, I got all the words. Crazy as fuck. Process. That's fun. Pretty sure it's on Rio, so whatever. We just need to fill up our media for now. Right? Firelight, video. Touch something. Do it. I mean, we do have a video camera right in a room with a pentagram. Really saucy, but I don't think I have the same. Either of us does.
No, yeah.
Bummer. That would have been a good one, but hey. A side quest. Firelight? We're not going to get dots. Have we put crucifixes in there already?
Yeah, it's burnt through like 3 crucifix charges, so.
Good. So I've really pissed it off with my 10% sand. You've done very well for being on your own while some dumbass runs around like an idiot. Won't help us. Salt might. Record it stepping in salt.
You have a... No, I don't have a...
You have a firelight. I have salt. Got that thing. What else we could do for video right this second? Let's just start. Oh, wait. Duh. All according to Keikaki. figure out what these dolls look like and solve that, and I'll be golden here. You gotta do the words of power still, mind you. You found 1, 2, 4. Uh-oh.
Oh, fuck.
Great. All 3. Oh my god. I missed all 3 salt chances. I'm sorry. I did get motion sensor. Put that in line of sight of the camera and hide in the truck, maybe? I don't fucking... Very spicy. You have an incense on you?
Not that again.
What?
I do not have an incense on me now.
You now use it. I'm out. I try to get it on film. And now officially recording whatever happens. Caught a door moving. I got the fire extinguished. If I hadn't missed the salt, we'd be pretty happy right now. The photo. Get a photo up. Oh no. Been good. I'm big guy. Oh, not door moved. Can you?
I have no idea how I survived.
I'm so mad right now.
Oh.
Please delete that fucking video. Oh, I got your sound. It started hunting and walked right into the camp.
Ah. Oh, and then I didn't get the sound of the
hunt. You got the grunt. Yeah.
No,
Frustrating.
the firelight is what I didn't get the sound of, but yeah. Okay, well.
Okay. That's very exciting. But I'm thinking, if we're going for perfect, like we're ballsy, let's set a camera in that hallway and try dropping salt again if you're down to try and salt. Otherwise, we know what it is and we're both crazy. I'm fine with leaving. Up to you.
I'm pretty fine with leaving.
Okay.
I'd rather take what I've got and just
Even
get
if we
some
got
money,
the-
because I'm out of money right now.
You know, I got the video of the ghost and you got the sound of the firelight. We'd still have to figure out that photo situation. That's going to take balls, and I don't feel like it, especially if you're broke, so. Gucci to go. I have it marked as a reminder, on Rio, because we got freezing temps, ghost orbs, and spirit box.
Beautiful.
Yes. Okay. Hitting it. How we do? I can't hold it.
Welcome back.
Trying to say I can't hold a conversation when it's about to load because, you know,
Yep.
I didn't think to separate some things. That worked out well. Oh, was it 3x?
Yeah.
Were we on professional?
Or we on?
Oh, in that case, we did awesome.
Yeah.
Go
I think we
us.
survived.
We're sick. We should. We should.
I don't know, I survived.
We should just. Oh no!
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you. Looks like there are others out there in need of help.
Hi. Did you
Hi.
know leave doesn't
See you
leave?
on your way back.
Leave doesn't leave the cork board. Just a fun
True.
reminder. They leave room instead of just leave. But again, Phasmo is. Yay! 20 out of 20 words. Anyway, we got it right, and I gotta pee.
Oh, I have to find them myself then, do I?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was asking about earlier. I'd assume the dolls are going to be the same way. Who knows? I will be right back, and we will
What's
figure
the
out
point
our
of
next
zapping
step.
the dudes?
Huh? What?
What's the point of zapping the shadow guys
Ooh,
then?
over here. Over here. Your event progress points. I think zapping the shadow guys is how you're earning the angel lamp charm, and we're a third of the way there. We do share that one.
Oh, okay.
Unless the words of power I found have contributed, in which case we should have different personal points. I'm at 31.3.
I'm at 20%.
Oh my god, the words of power might make a difference. Okay. Well then. Yes, you have to find them
Good to know.
yourself. Huh? Yeah, good to know. Again, I will be right back. I have to paddle. Oh no.
Okay, good luck.
I'm normal. I say things normally. Boop. There better not be anything suggestive when I get back. Speedrun.
There won't be anything suggestive because I'm gonna go pick. I'm gonna go pick one of my own audio dudes. There we go. Enjoy. Wow, it really goes for a while. I should probably go in and like hit that one. Okay, that's wow. It just keeps going. Okay, I need to go in and make that one shorter. I need to go in and make that one shorter. It just keeps going. Just keeps going. All right. Tiki Tack on Blue Sky. Skipping that one. Skipping that one. No. No, thank you. Not right now. Nah, that's okay. I'm gonna hold on to that one for later. Let's skip that one for now. Alright, keep that one for later. shit, I still got some cookies. Fuck yeah.
All right, I'm back. What's suggestive? Nothing. Gasp. You
What?
actually did good.
I was too busy thinking about these cookies.
Yo, you also got out cookies?
Yeah.
She ordered snacks tonight because we had money in, so we got cookies and toilet paper. You made me
Nice.
jealous.
A winning combo.
I have been milking this last roll of toilet paper for nearly a week. So,
Oof.
I'm pretty happy to have toilet paper.
I don't know if you know this, but you're supposed to unroll it, not milk it.
Well, you know, you do what you gotta do to make it last, Liz.
We went to the vet to pick up Poppy earlier.
Yeah.
And while we were like getting checked out, a lady came in with her baby, and I very nearly told her that they don't fix those here.
That's not going to help RFK with his worries about everyone being underbabied. You think the radio's different?
I think the radio might be different. Kind of dig it.
I like that we can hear it. No, usually we kind of can't.
Agreed.
I also like that the cassette in there is just a texture and doesn't move. Oh, I heard that.
Yeah. It's actually just a sticker on the outside.
Yeah.
It's just an MP3 player.
I straight up heard that looping. All right. Not the cleanest loop. All right. So, do you want to do Nels again in an attempt to get the words of power for yourself, or do you want to try something else?
I'm down to try something else.
Hot tip in your off time, I don't think there's anything stopping you from going into these maps on friendly mode and just finding the puzzles and shit.
Yeah, probably not.
But I really want to see Coffee World.
Hell yeah.
Let's go to Coffee World. Hey, Milo. Congrats on your cat interruption. You're right, we did just start this round. It's the perfect time to be annoying. Mission accomplished. We did that. No one died. Does me noticing the posters disappear in the dark count as analyzing videos, you think? Or visuals? Analyzing visuals?
I'd say yeah.
All right. Doing it.
Oh, who broke this cookie in half? I'm gonna have to eat it.
I did laugh, but you didn't hear it because it was when I started talking and then it started loading and I was... You've definitely done that. You've definitely done that. Let's see. That was a cat interruption. The cat did just come and interrupt. Yeah, we did. Okay, so it was the, I've not checked how long either hunt took. We got Spirit Box, we got Ghost Orbs, we had freezing temperatures. Oh yeah. It stepped in salt. It sensed motion. Things filled, but not in a meaningful way. We had to delete dupes, so I'm not counting that. We did get all subtasks. Got the bone. We got summoning circle found. Yes. Oh, oops, someone's insane. I was pretty much out of my mind that whole time. As one is. Alright. See how it goes. I haven't been here in a while. Now it's Coffee World. I've been here even never. I'm immediately enamored. There's a Ferris wheel.
Indeed.
You think the devs have taken notes on how to give their game personality? Fucking hope so.
We can only hope.
Oh, there's so many. Okay. Fresh pot. Gift shop. There's music. Oh my god, there's music. Hello. Done.
I found one.
Yeah, do it. I think it said there was 12 or something. There's nowhere in the journal that I found the
I
check.
think there's 10 on this map.
Not so bad. Seeing my breath around here.
Oh, I am seeing my breath around here. You're right.
But I'm not seeing a temperature. The blue? Maybe? I think it's blue tent. Found the bone and the music box. My favorite hiding spots are missing. Love that for me. That's great. Be fun. Fuck, that sucks. Okay. Orbs. That door moved. This works as a flashlight. Kind of. Fine. Not a great one. Hey, flashlight all the same. Hey, Liz. Get your husband. He's gonna want to be there. Look, fresh pot.
What?
Get your husband, fresh pot.
Ooh.
It's over there. Fresh pot. Haven't heard him cough once tonight. Assuming he died last night. Right with that. Boom. I'm committing mass destruction. Yoo-hoo. Arrow.
Arrow?
On the ground. In front of the tent over here, there was an arrow.
Oh, yeah. I think I got that one already.
If you get it, the arrow goes away.
There's gotta be more. Evil ghost.
I think I got all the guys. Never mind, I see one. Hi, Sneaky. Ready to go. You. Right. So, Dot's book. Happen. Are you friendly? Are you nearby? Like to talk to me? Or write my cool book? Look for you.
You wanna hurt us?
It's safe to say it's probably not freezing. Also cold out here, almost the same, so it could be all over the damn place. All counts as one room. I need to turn this off. Is it safe? Can you hear me? Where are you? How did you die? What? I can divide and conquer some. Good job, Sarah. Okay, boom, and boom. We're gonna double down. Love that person. So pretty. Really cover my base. Through something across video. Already seen you do that, homie. Hit UV them.
Door moved. No sounds.
Just move the door. It should move the door. Two. Interesting. Fun fact, bears appear if you turn the lights on in there.
Ooh.
I know. Some nice horsies. Goats. How exciting. Dude, clearly every hiding spot I use is not here.
You wanna hurt us? Give us a sign.
Shit, I wish I had recorded that. Hey, ghostwriting.
I think I got audio of it.
Good. Ghostwriting, and have we gotten anything else?
I don't think we have gotten anything else now.
Did you get a photo of that? Because it's right there. EMF, if it helps.
I have not gotten a photo of it yet now.
What's up? Shit. Oh, we got one.
Nice.
No.
Be friendly. Wanna hurt us? We beat them, booty head.
Oh, right here.
What do we have?
Oh, I got ghost.
Are you finding words of power?
Yes, I'm being very helpful in finding words of power. The most helpful thing you can do.
Go and turn the light back. You're clearly not talking to me.
Boom. Doing it? Boom. Why there's not one here? A dumbass. That's all of them. Not a good number. I want in the bathroom too if I think. Can't think of where I've left to look. So maybe that's pretty thorough, I think. Corpse? No. News?
Know to blow out the candlelight.
I hit
But
this.
I might not do
book
it while I'm in the room.
Popping meds, our average was down to 33. The fact it's not hunting left yet was interesting. I got here just in time to not record that, but it looks like you have one anyways. Hold on, I'm gonna bring salt. So unless you grab them, I think the Alan Wake flashlights replace our glow sticks. Just innate.
Yeah, that's right.
I guess trying to make it. Oh no, they're right
I didn't
here.
grab any.
Whatever. Yeah, grab
Yeah,
one.
they're right there.
Dumb. I'm dumb. I got it. You have a video camera? I'm gonna place salt. Is the idea? You see. Now, if we're really ballsy, I could place the fucking music box. But the problem is, All the hiding spots I know how to competently use on this map are presently non-existent.
Yay!
Yeah, it's just the little baby tents. I cannot do anything with those to save my ass. They're terrible. I hate those.
What about the bathroom?
I've had a real
I think
bad.
the bathroom doesn't work against crawlers, huh?
I already have door moved. Yeah, it doesn't work against crawler. Is
Okay.
it a crawler?
I haven't seen it, so.
Moving that door like crazy. It loves that door.
Yeah. Don't move in the door. It's so
Like-
mad. I'm
like-
starting to think it's like a wraith.
Maybe
Whichever one it is that doesn't like it when we're in the room.
that's Shade. Shade doesn't like when we're in the room. It's so. Shade is on the table. Not ghost
What do
orb.
we have ghost writing.
If it's not freezing though, it's not Shade. So we have to check that temp again. Take your last med. It's the only way we're gonna live. That would explain why it hasn't been hunting though, because you've been in there the whole damn time. So, great game. Good job. Yes, open the empty, non-existent pill bottle. Awesome. Genius. Amazing. Are you just holding out your empty hand like you're
Yeah.
giving a handy to the ghost, basically?
No.
Alright, are you recording? I'll go play Salt and hope for the best
I
then.
am.
Just got EMF 5. No UV.
Here's a fun fact. The camera apparently couldn't see the salt.
You were right, it's a shade. Got freezing. We got EMF 5. Shade.
Nice. We just have to finish out our
Everything.
written something found some remains.
Can't get a video of the book, because that's happened. We can use Music Box to get a video, but then we gotta have...
Book?
Huh?
Okay.
I used both, but I didn't know exactly which room it was in, so I covered both. Sorry. Photo of the ghost. That's a really mean one with a shade.
Yeah.
That's a really mean one. Okay, update my thing. Got Music Box. Blown out fire. Photos, video. EMF 5. Work for sound, but flickering lights can also be a video if we get lucky. Milo.
I think that door is in the way.
Yeah, no, it also just hates recording when it's in a tent.
Love it.
Yeah, no. If you're on the threshold of a room like that, love jittering inside of your mouth. Very cool. I've got a camera. Let's do our best. Place that salt. Got it.
Okay. Cool, cool, cool. We already got the firelight. Did we get a picture of the freezing temperatures?
Good luck. What did I think it was? Music box bone, ghost writing. We don't have an EMF reader photo yet, so if it hits that again, that could work for one. We need a photo of the fucker. The way the temp works, I can't throw it on the ground and let you see it anymore. They, like, fucked it.
Yeah.
Hoping they would have fixed that, but it might be on fucking purpose. In which case, ew, that sucks. That's useless. Thanks, level 2 thermometer, for being just ass. Video of a crucifix burning would work. Multiple out. Problem is, out here is probably also its room, I think. I'm not sure. I still haven't seen what these dolls are we're supposed to be looking for. Found a bunny. Did the bunny? If it decides to interact with this bear, you can get a video of it twisting its head in a circle. No, it's very normal. It's a shade and it's in a tent. It's going to be a pain in the ass no matter what.
I know you're shy, but just do it, dude.
I know what to do,
Or try
Liz.
to hunt me, you can do that too. I don't care.
Check it out. I know exactly what to do. Fuck you. It didn't work. Run fucking... Go we cray.
Made him mad, and I threw a basketball, and he was trying to scare me. But I got the EMF.
Nice.
Reading. Oh, so.
Tiny map, right? I'm gonna find any kind of doll. Also not the person in it. That's concerning. Wait, is that actually something? I found one, and it blows my mind. Lizzie, it keeps counting things separately, so I want to see if this counted for you or not. I found one of the dolls. It's in the bathroom. In a toilet.
Nice. I'm gonna go look at
It
it.
is a big coffee pot head thing that you can interact with. Dude holds it and just seems to just eat it, frankly.
Oh, that's you. Okay.
Me. Like right in here.
Oh, hello.
Yeah. Just kind of look at it and then on.
And then it's gone. Okay.
Yeah. I know kind of what I'm looking for. Right, the percolator. Can I ride the percolator? To look for it, I still don't know what I'm doing. Oh, fair. That was one? Little bear in this room was one. Think. It keeps respawning like I'm doing something wrong with it. So that's the two things I've managed to locate. I don't know what the riddle is. I don't know where the third one might be. I don't know if that one has something else going on with it. That's what I've solved. Oh, you guide up already. Hello.
What'd you find?
That was the charm. It does not count as a doll. Shit! Hi. Hi. Sorry I didn't notice the chat. It's been very quiet tonight. I was kind of focused on bullshit in front of me. Yes, I am like a furry or something. I hope Liz didn't die.
I don't know why I survived that, but alright.
Good job. You're not dead. You want to call it? Man in chat. Or
I suppose you had a camera on you at the time.
I tried to get a photo. Did it work? No. No, it didn't.
Mine's on the ground here or something.
Whatever. I'm fine with call. We've known what it is for a while, honestly. So, and it's a shade. Getting a perfect with a shade sucks. You can tell me their doll locations if you want. Wouldn't break my heart any. I found
You're
the
talking, I can't hear you.
what? Oh, right. Sorry, I was in quiet mode. I forgot. I can't.
Valid.
Well, they used to have that little button, and then now it's on your watch.
The lack of a visible indicator just on the screen is annoying.
Yeah. Apparently, left of red small tent. We still have merged chat, right? You can just see what he's saying. Saying where the dolls are. Am I that brave? I'm stupid. I'll go for it. I lived.
Do we not still have merged chat?
What? We still have what?
I don't think our chat's merged. Because I can't see what you're talking about.
Oh my goodness, it unmerged our chats because reasons. Okay. Let me re-invite you because it's
So evil.
awaiting response. You invited Lizard. Whatever, again. Food tent behind boxes, left of red small tent. Okay, food tent behind boxes, left of red small tent. Left of... We're on a light. Shit, I'm crazy. He won't care. Left of red small tent. In that. Doll. Oh my god. That little thing? Okay. Then food tent behind boxes. What counts as a food tent? The food tent? Boxes? Not cornered in about. We're cornered. Right on my photo camera. That'd be good to have. Yeah. Seems very foodie. Unless it's up. You're behind. Ah. That little guy. What a freak. Why did they go back? Okay, so what's the charm do then? I didn't know anything about a charm. I found the dolls. They're stupid. You want the dolls?
Ah, nice.
Did
Apparently
you...
you need to enable shared chat on your end.
Oh.
Because it's still not working on my end.
Okay. I thought it was just on. I would just enable it by default.
That's
Okay.
what I thought too. Okay, there we go.
Good grief.
See, it says it started now.
Oh, hey, tell a scary story, Liz.
Does-
The lighting...
Once upon a time, there was a possum that thought shared chat was on, but it wasn't.
Oh my god, no, that's the worst. Do you want the two dolls you're missing? Did you get the bear? Did you get the weird little bear?
I did get the bear. I'm going to take a picture of you right now, though.
Okay.
Because I think you need to know what you look like.
I think you need to know what you look like. We have good priorities. Ah, yes. Oh, I got minion energy. Okay. Got my new Twitch profile photo. All right. Dolls are quite easy.
So where are the other two dolls?
Over here. There's a funny little joker behind these boxes in the corner of death. Right here.
That corner?
Hmm?
Ah, so he is.
It's only a death corner on account of the fact that if he starts hunting now, we're already in the corner. And the other one... Oh, that flicker. Fuck me. Oh, God!
Fuck. Dude, at least get him. Am I gonna die for a reason?
Good. Good. Looping. We lived. We lived. It's over here. It's over here. It's right here. Right here. It's in this, like, this stupid little girl.
Where are you? You there?
Weird little girl right here behind this box.
crouch to reach that. All right.
Yeah.
I have to be not in front of the box to reach that. Okay.
Okay, let's get the
There
fuck
we go.
up.
Got
Or he gets angry again, because I don't have another go away juice. Moment.
it.
Does charm just for, you have dull, it counts for others too. Charm not. Is charm just for event points then? Apparently charm can be 5 different places. The coffee pot was the charm, not the doll. Okay. It's a shade. Let's not deal with that anymore.
Sanity. It's a daily.
I like crazy.
I wish this guy would just show up on video.
Would
Just
be
do
nice of
anything
him.
on the video, my dude.
Oh, we need a photo of him. I tried again, it didn't work. I'm done. I'm over it. We've been in here forever. We got our 30-minute hunt. So after 30 minutes, I'm like, you know what? It's a shade. I didn't come in here.
I'm good.
Didn't come in here
We're
thinking
all
we'd
professional,
perfect
we're gonna
game of
get 3
shade.
times money.
Oh, also we cray. Hey, your wrist is a little less
Yeah.
broken. They did adjust it somewhat. Still not good.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, as for the question if I'm a furry
We
or
didn't
something,
get the photo of the ghost.
feel free to check
What a
out my
shame.
blue sky. I only got 8 words of power. Does that mean I'm missing 2 in there somewhere? Oh my god, I'm missing 2. I
I
thought
leveled up. I got the Mr. Drippy.
I was very
And the tripod and the sound recorder.
Oh, so that's what the charm is. We just got a thing. Okay, so can I do something with it's not a hat. I'm immediately sad. We can get different Alan
Ooh, I
Wake.
did get all 10 and all 3. Nice. The last 2 of those like words of power were hard to find.
Yeah, I'm missing a couple still
So I don't
apparently.
blame you.
A little sad. I'm a little sad I didn't get them all. But that's fine. I can look later. But Alan Wake, we've got that. And we've got. Yeah, sure. I like that one.
Okay, yeah.
Notice the things that give lights shine. Oh, the coffee pot goes underneath your badge.
Oh, nice.
What am I using that is not savable exactly? What did I do? Oh, it's the jack. I hate that. So yeah, there's a little Mr. Drippy coffee pot underneath my hunting bed. So now my boob is decorated. You're welcome. All the homies are welcome. Okay, let's update our thing. We identified the ghost. Good job. You identified it was secondary. We narrowed it down from there. It took 30 plus minutes. I did in fact get impatient about E.
I wish I could see closer, but not like.
Look at it on me. Yeah, stare at my chest. I love it. I love the attention.
Okay. Yeah, neat. Nice.
I grew them myself. Yeah. So we did get all legit sounds, so good job on that.
Hell yeah.
I took 2 shots at a ghost photo. It just didn't stinking happen. I literally just told you stare at my tits. I'm gonna say I flirted with another player, indeed. Need to get you and Kaz to do that laugh. Just
This.
sounds like it'd be. She does the same thing. I'm like, yeah, both do it. Both do it. It'll either be the best or worst time of my life. Fun reminder to anyone that wants to play. Bingo is that stream bounty thing that hovers over the. Sorry. the right-hand side of the
Durgan,
stream.
Durgan.
You can click it. You can join bingo. There's no real stakes, but you can, in fact, point.
This guy.
For the points for nothing. It's like, whose line is that? You brag about it. I have cleared off most of this fucking board, and I have 7 things on my bingo marked. What in the balls? Crazy.
Durgans?
What?
I need more Durgans for familiar findings.
Oh, familiar find. I don't even know what I need. I could do my summons again. I'm really bored. You actually have it on your screen, though, don't you? Oh, I closed mine. Right, I had to close it until to reset Steam.
Dudes.
To reset
Oh,
Steam
yeah?
entirely, so it had to close. It would not stay open. Like, oh, you want to kill me? I'm like, I guess, apparently. Whatever. I am to the point where I have tens of millions of mana and nothing to spend it on. So I'm just like, give me.
I literally have like 2 dudes left I've got to find. I got 1 dude left.
Probably gonna beat me. I think you got a good track to beat me. I think most of what I'm missing is T5, so.
I'm pretty sure the last one I'm missing is a T5 or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I've been trying to clean up the force, I think.
Yeah, it's a tier 5.
I got a notepad doc open on my
Should be looking
T4s
at
for familiar.
these guys.
Yeah, this is doing. Oh, I'm almost halfway. All right. I'll leave it up to you. Where do you want to go next, Liz? We can do the diner. We can do friendly or Coffee World.
Do Coffee World again so you get those last 2.
Well, finding the dolls in the diner is going to be fuck it, look it up, isn't it? Oh my gosh. Okay. It's just such a cluttered space. Right now I know what I'm looking for, and that helps. In fact, they're so dang small, and there's charms to find. Here are those. Ooh, treats. I like treats.
Land plus dragon. Yes. Land plus baby dragon. Middle dragon. Dragon.
Izzy.
Yes.
We're waiting on you.
Oh, you're right. We are waiting on you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why did unready me?
Now we're waiting on you.
What did you... Oh my god, why did you spawn with your legs shooting through the wall?
I don't know.
For one frame, you were a...
For the drama of it.
For an obtuse angle for some reason.
Beautiful. We love that.
Yeah, I have feelings about it. I don't know if love is one of them. Words of power. That's really frustrating. Quite thorough, but I also wasn't counting. Maybe that's on me. It could be anywhere. Start. Shut up. This on. Oh. Oh. The bathroom? I thought I checked the... What, already? Oh, shit. Got that.
Where are you? Oh.
I got that photo.
Did you get a picture of
I
him?
did.
Nice.
Heckin' did. Oh. How did I miss this? Did it stay? Alright, well I got one of them.
Might be.
Oh, and there's the second. How did I miss these? I checked the bathroom. I was like, bathroom check.
Did it reset?
Oh, that's it.
Up here on the top of the...
Okay.
Wow, I didn't like that at all.
Those were sounds. But what if I turned on the lights?
He just ran straight at my face. I think he, wants my blood.
Seeing breath. Definitely here somewhere. Here's a camera. I haven't looked for bone. I just looked for bone. I want to blow guys up for points. That's fun. I want to blow guys up. I want to blow guys up. Very active. My money's immediately on
Look at our
Faye.
sanity.
Big Faye energy. Sanity went down fast, but
Look at him. Look at what he's doing to me.
how many times did he directly event you? Twice? One.
At least twice. He also blew up a light over my head.
Interesting.
So I think maybe he's targeting me.
If it's 2, it's not abnormal drain. Response, we were also both right the fuck there. This, these. Let's grab dots. Why did they? Okay. Camera.
I stole your camera. I'm sorry.
What the fuck? What's on me?
Took your camera off me somehow.
But it's still there.
Here.
What the hell?
It was in my hands.
This game is so weird. Sometimes. Okay.
I was trying to grab a sound recorder.
Yeah, apparently it decided to put it back on when you tried to put it or something, and it put it on sideways. I don't know what it's doing.
Beautiful.
The law. Ew.
Well, you were so active before. Why aren't you talking to me now, man?
I mean, that can be its own sign, too. Also, I turned on the lights. Maybe it's one that likes the dark. Thing. Why can't I... There it goes. Woo. That girl. Oh.
Right.
Hi. Notice they can be wet. Forgive the low responses. I am running on weird. I want to check this out, so fuck it. Music box again, but I don't have the photo on me right now. Load, bitch. Get them all. Oh. Be a weird one to miss, Sarah.
I think I'm too close to those lights to get response from the spirit box. Probably.
Hard. Bye.
That was just you hunting my friend. Got it.
I died nice and normal. Oh, no, I missed one. Fuck. No, I want to go on the percolator too, man. It's
That
two.
was bullshit.
Way more obvious like this.
Are you friendly?
Oh.
You want to hurt us?
Fucking fuck. I don't know what it is. Honey was initially. Hey, it took too long to hunt for me.
Like, this guy's acting like it, right? Although, well, yeah, no. I'm just gonna go ahead.
Fast sanity drink. Okay, I guess we're just going with that.
I'm a weenie. I'm stupid.
Fast sanity. Oh, Bombo.
It was a thanks, Obambo.
That makes some sense because you had that window where it wasn't active, remember? They alternate.
True.
They alternate, so that checks out.
Is that the Obambo or is that the Diane?
I want to say that's Obambo.
It flicks between states of calm and aggression. You're right. Diane's the one that, like, dances.
Open my journal and it's empty. Oh, there we go. But hey, good news. I have everything on the campsite now.
Nice.
Thanks to Elias in chat giving me
Coffee
the
World.
insight. Coffee World, right.
Yes.
I'm sad it won't let us go to the percolator. I'll be honest, most of this is just make me want to try Alan Wake.
Right?
Bold move of Faz to promote a separate game when it's in the state it's been in.
Right? Oh.
I feel like finding anything on Cauldron Lake's gonna suck too.
It's not.
No, it wasn't misspelled intentionally. What did I do? Why can't I spell autism right? Did I write autistic? That's been there this whole time. And no one has ever once noticed that I wrote autistic?
Let me see. I gotta see.
Be nice to me, guys. I'm autistic.
You did. Autistic.
Uh,
Rambler.
I did tag myself Rambler. You tend to ramble. I don't even... I feel so dumb right now. It's been there for months. Oh my
Oops.
God. Oh no.
I missed. Hey, here's a fun fact. I apparently also am tagged autistic.
You did it too?
What? Apparently. I don't know how.
I can't even blame autocorrect. It's on the computer, so it's not the phone. How did we both do it?
You know what?
Elias says
If you
it's...
type autistic into the tags, it's the second result, even if you spell it correctly.
It's auto-completed! Oh my god! I fell for the suggested
fix
search.
mine.
This is such inappropriate music to figure out you're a dumbass to. Oh my god. Liz.
Need another plant. Give me another plant, you bastard.
Liz, we're so autistic.
Just so autistic.
Oh. Alright. Let's, oh, that's just your face. Hi. Let's update the bingo, shall we? Oh. Good lord. Sarah McFucking died.
It's true. I didn't know we were hunting. And then you were dead. Dragon makes him.
You didn't know it was
Dragon
hunting?
Pangolin makes another dragon. No, I didn't.
You said it shattered the
I was
lights
like,
above
oh, it's
you?
just being a bastard again, and then I saw it chase you into a tent and kill you.
Yeah, it was hunting from across the map.
Amazing.
Yeah. Hey,
Okay. Slomus is plant plus ferret?
Sarah is surprised that she spelt it wrong. How's that?
Yes.
All right, you do your update. I'm gonna run the ads. It's been over an hour apparently, and then I'm gonna
Do it.
be even more autistic when I get back. I don't stinking know. Damn.
And then I need 4 dragon. I 1 dragon. That's so many ghosties. Hey, ghosty, go fuse with this slime bow. Hey, slime. Oh, I gotta pet my lady. Make sure I've got enough mana to do things. Okay. Oh, come on. Yeah! Ah, nah. Okay. That must be your ad break. Okay. Not sure. Skipping that one. Okay, go to Discord. Over here. My contextless authorial ramblings. That. Two more little Durgans. Oh, hello, Poppy. What's up? Is your cone just cold, or did you go outside unattended? You're such a good girl. Did you see there's food over there? Do you want something to eat? Or are you just looking for attention? I'm not taking the cone off. So drop that one down, Poppy.
Welcome back, every pony, from your ad. I hope you're all having an autistic day. 10 sheared viewers, I'm calling that one. Took a brief moment to rub Kate's feet, and her response was, my pain started feeling better. Now it's getting worse because you stopped rubbing my feet. Happy to help.
Oh, okay, Poppy.
All right. There are 2 maps we haven't tried still.
True.
There's Cauldron Lake, which is the shitty farmhouse, and Elderwood Palace Lodge, which is the not shitty farm. Not shitty one being quite large by comparison. Down for whichever you prefer.
Let's do that one.
Look here real quick. I have 5,000. That's level 3. I don't really care. EMF 3 you're already bringing. Video 3 I think you're also bringing. I'm really helpful. What I really cared about... Not motion sensor. Okay, so the shit I want I don't have yet. Cool. We don't mind upgrading salt. We got a ways still. Crucifix has a long ways. Firelight has a long ways. Lighter's close-ish. Photo camera's the closest. Level 3 thermo is at 60 freaking 5. I'm tempted to switch to level 1 just so I can get a photo of it if it's freezing. Are you bringing it too?
Probably.
Okay, do that then. Weird choice, but at least that way if it's freezing temps we have the option to get a photo of it. Right? Like thinking.
Yeah.
Anyway. Find dolls and solve doll puzzles. I haven't solved doll puzzles yet. Alright. You want Cauldron Lake? We'll do Cauldron Lake. Let's party.
Woohoo!
It's very purple.
We've arrived. Check the equipment. Get
Foggy.
investigating. The ghost here seems to be linked to a cursed object. Gotta take a closer look. Maybe using
Camera
it to
EMF.
investigate.
Ah, that's still bad. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like. Okay, sorry. Not used to being close enough to the. I'm not used to being close enough to the radio when the British guy's talking, and it's like, the compression is just like, get a pop mic, please. You're killing me. You're making me want to scream. I'm going to kill you in your sleep.
Ah, okay.
It was hitting me wrong. I was like, no. In case anyone's wondering if I actually am autistic, there you fucking go. Oh damn. Full on stim bad. Wondering how furry I am? Check my blue sky in the links. That'll give you a pretty good idea. I drew that tuber. I drew her tuber. Double tubing.
It's true. You did a good job.
Oh my goodness, so many spooky mans.
Oh, I forgot those guys.
I don't remember where any of the fuse box is. I've been on this map. End of sentence. Oh, mannequin room, I forgot about you. And I'm not happy to remember. 22 in here. Not too cold. Hi. I don't want to alarm anyone in here, but his ass. Your house sucks. I don't like it. It's scary. Nice hand. Okay. Oh no! Oh. God damn. The lights are black light. You can see everything. Super weird. Okay. I think you still need the thing to get the words of power, though. Alright. Alright, cool. Great. You? I'm sorry to bother you. Oh. You're just with company.
Hello.
Hi, I walked in on something. Like, see, they're just visible, but you
North
can't
Tower right here.
you can't
One
get
there.
them without the thing. You can see them. You can...
Go to the scene.
10 degrees, but we're outside, so it doesn't mean much. Okay. Not been paying attention. Used and dumb. Don't know this map well. Yeah, I wanted to put that away. You're right. I hate friends all love a good hike. He's in the kitchen's pretty low. Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's definitely. Okay, I'm trying to dive right. Goopy. Seen breath anywhere. Power will be easy enough. Yeah, I can just have to. It's mud. I am so disoriented. Oh my god, there it is. Backlight stuff is like they've already kind of had the shader in the game for that and everything. Like some of this they could have just done all along. Good, this is solid thoughts. Share it with Captain Cray Cray there. Alright. Alright. What got going on here? Nothing good. Hi, Lizzie.
So,
You're the popular.
EMF reading in the, up there.
Attic.
Attic. And I saw my breath, but I don't know if that's relevant.
Hey.
Given that it's an outdoorish space.
Did I just throw the thermometer?
On the bone.
I think I just threw the thermometer down a hole.
Might have just thrown the thermometer.
Down a hole.
Oops.
Nope. Attic's a good guess as any. I ain't finding shit. Found the bone? Good.
I did find the bone. I have no idea where to begin looking for cursed objects.
Either. Don't really know the map at all. I'm just gonna do my best with what I got. Use box, good. Excuse me. There are a lot of people in this abandoned house.
Yep. Right around here is where I got my EMF reading.
As good with that as anything.
I don't see my breath now, so that seems like a problem. Oh, I see my breath now. So.
Best guess we've got, which sounds like yeeted thermometer in the hellhole. That didn't work. Well, please stop using my chair as a scratching post, honey. That's not what it's for. So we're all right. I need that. So how's it feel to know you're the popular one, anyway?
What?
How's it feel to know you're the
sorry
popular
about
one?
7 viewers?
Huh? You have the 12, and I've got 3.
I only see 7 on my end.
Well, yeah. Well, weird. There's 3 on me and 12 shared, so maybe one of us is out of date. Who could it be? I feel like I'm censoring your face right now. The black square. Somehow that's creepier than most of the ghosts.
Because I do have twice as many tags on me as you have on you, so
Really?
easier to find.
You're gonna have to give me tag lessons. You seem way better at it than me. Not just on fucking here either. I tried. I did hashtag on the blue sky. Did you see? Are you proud of me, Daddy?
I saw
Hello.
There was a hashtag.
There's a cat actively trying to step on my shoulders. Hello. Help you?
Kitty.
It is my face you're trying to sniff.
Oh.
Okay, you go ahead and lay down there. A co-hunter.
That's what I'm gonna grab.
I have a co-hunter. Oh, the one thing I do on my tags is change it from autistic to autistic. Maybe I should keep the autistic though, just because it's so popular. You see? Maybe.
What to grab next?
I don't know.
Grab the crucifix.
Go upstairs with this shit. Start killing guys. Fun and profit. You, Liz, I think you took my camera again.
Did I somehow steal your camera?
Maybe.
Because I picked it up from over here.
Awesome. Fair. You did it again. Wait, what? Now your hand is empty and I have camera. What? No, I put down his camera here.
I see camera.
Oh, the bugs. Okay. Fucking hell. Come on, guys. We did a new animation system, yeah? Did you do any sort of state checking outside of it? To account for network latency?
Did you do playtesting, or did you just push an update without playtesting it?
I mean, they could have play tested it in the same room and like 0 latency probably be fine, but like we're not 0 latency, we are 0.1 latency. Up the road. God. Put it there. It seemed like a good spot. So excuse me. Go away, Spooky Steve. Fuck off, Creepy Pete. Can I grab a third thing? Wow, I'm so helpful. All right. Hello. Bye. You motherfucker. Does give a nice little radius light. I like this lamp. Lamp is my friend. I like more in the lighter anyway. Alright, into the spooky doll room. Love me a spooky doll room. Hate this room. Hate this room. Hate this room. This is the main thing I remember about the place every time. I hate this. Don't look at me. There are none dudes in here. Somehow that's worse. We're not playing a game where you can the other game, Sarah. Casually hop over the bed. You. That was spooky. Spooking me. Stop it. That's so peculiar. Dicks are like. Mazed by me. Like, how fucked is that? Is he down there? God, I think I actually did throw it down there. That's supposed to be out? Yes. Deploying all 2 of my brain cells. They're working extra hard. Lights thing on was an error. Us now. Here's was. Oh, quieter. Boom, motherfucker. Out what we. Oh. Can't see him. Oh. That's fun. Love a good explosion. There's a lot of guys on this map. All bad. Yeah. Like shit. Alright. Down here. Oh, I do see it. Motherfucker. I found my thermometer. Right, the bathroom powwow. Boom, asshole. Alright. Well, that's... No, it's not everything. So well, that's all of them. Most of them. Send some shit out. Should be hunky-dory. I'll see, this is nuclear light. Not a good sign. My Lizless? Uh-oh. Oh, good, I'm not Lizless.
Hello.
Hi, I was worried you got killed. Found my thermometer. You see anything on the cameras?
Nice.
Oh, you got him hunting?
I got a motion detector and I got the hunting ghost.
Awesome. That's pretty good. It's pretty good, considering I didn't even know it was hunting until I got to the locked door and went, uh-oh. When did that happen?
Oh.
What?
Oh, you're right. We could eat some sanity pills.
Yeah.
Gonna have to
Yum, yum, yum.
throw something on the floor first.
Do we have any evidence yet? Or am I just wasting our time? Oh, we got an EMF reading. Some kind. Not really. Got it.
I don't think I've gotten any actual proper evidence now.
Good start. All right. Well, that means probably not dots or... Well, oh. Did you see? Did you see? Look. Found it.
You found your thermometer. Yeah, I heard.
I did. That's the highlight of my day. Be weirder if it wasn't. Have you tried Spirit Box up there yet?
Not yet, no.
Well, post sanity pills is the time to do it. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
I flip a bunch of guys. I could put another one of these and try to get better coverage. I'm gonna take my
Oh
thermomometer.
yeah, the other crucifix.
Yeah. I'm gonna take the thermomometer up there, and I'm gonna see if I can actually confirm that's where the. It is dark as ass. Oh right, that light. Never mind. Hey, seeing. Oh yeah, it is. It is negative 10 degrees up here. It's cold
You
as
like
shit.
me? Oh, we've got freezing temps. Nice. I like that.
Yeah. So if you
Mr.
bring.
Ghost, you want to talk to me?
Did you see that Remnant Records has an achievement for playing the piano within 5 seconds of dying?
I didn't know that.
That's canon.
Are you friendly? Give us a sign. Do you want to hurt us? No, I'm not seeing a lot of the spirit box recognizing what I'm saying. That's not my favorite thing. Oh, there we go. It recognized something.
What?
I'm just not seeing the lights flash on to tell me the spirit box is like recognizing what I'm saying.
Might not actively be in the room. Whoop. Oh.
You wanna be my friend? You wanna hurt me?
Doot, doot.
You give us a sign.
Hunting. Hunting.
Please don't hunt right now. I know I'm right in where you're gonna. What?
The flashlight downstairs is flickering. This isn't. Might be done. I think it's a wandering. Scavenger hunt. I say. Can't have it. Makes me sad. Like the black light. Honestly, just be a variant they can. Just the options. Really cool. Different vibe. Like the red moon. Should do more. Reason is that, yeah. Oh. Take a while to get all of it. It's a month long. I have time. Proper hunt. Well, if you give me distractions, I'll kind of shit I'll engage with every time. Every. Give me a weird scavenger hunt, house situation. If it's bright yellow like that. I wish they'd hit a little fast. Really slow. More in here. That. Done upstairs. Hi. Hit. Oh, there. Okay, maybe. These don't do anything. I haven't noticed as readily huge environmental changes. Also, be fucking dark. Really fucking dark. A hiding spot? Might be a hiding spot. That one. Oh, dumb. Dumb. Wish I could see stuff, period. We'll find a way out. We'll go from there. Good. Let's see how Liz is doing. I've been in my little words of power train. What minute? She might be extremely dead. She was trying. Nope, you're good. Hi.
Hello. I see you survived the hunt.
I did. Taking my crazy pills. I wasn't doing.
I'm sure it's just because your microphone's off again.
Oh,
That
yeah,
was
it
pretty
was.
funny to watch you just come in and wordlessly take your pills.
I had been looking for words. Then the fuse breaker went out, and I turned it on, and it immediately hunted. Have we found anything of note? We had freezing,
Just
right?
freezing temps, really. So it could be a Jinn. We rule out Dot's ghosts and... Oh, nope, now we've got Gorbs.
Abor? Really?
We do have a ghost orb. I don't know why it waited until now to show them.
Mimic is on the table.
So... Ah. Very true.
If there is orbs, there could be Mimic. Dots is not one of their things. B is, we haven't salted yet. EMF is not.
I did do the salt.
Okay, did we check for feet?
I did not check for feet because I didn't have
Ooh.
a UV on. I was just trying to get the video.
Ghost writing is not a mimic, so Spirit Box, which you've had no luck with, but when you were checking, it did go off downstairs. It's around. If it's a mimic, it can do shit
Really?
like... Yeah, that's when you were doing Spirit Box when we had the light. I looked downstairs, the flashlight was flickering.
Yeah.
So the late orbs makes me wonder if we got a mimic. Especially if they just
It'd be
fucking...
my first mimic if we do.
Alright. Well, there's some things we can check.
Okay, we're done with video, by the way.
Oh, nice. Look at you.
So that's something. So we just need sound and photos.
The Spirit Box would confirm Mimic, but Mimic can also just be a shade sometimes. Or a twin. Or any of them. So... that would explain the irregular behavior also. To some extent. So that's where my money's at for now. Spirit writing would rule it right out. A second crucifix wouldn't hurt anyone's feelings. Let's salt and UV check, shall we? Also means its hunt threshold is random if that's what it is, because it depends what it's impersonating at the time. We could just decide to be a demon and kill us all.
True.
Nice video camera outside.
Oh yeah, I didn't need it anymore.
I wish I could see shit. There we go. Got breath again.
It did explode the lamp up here, so we're kind of SOL up here for that.
Fine.
Um,
Putting salt. Immediately did salt. Checking feet. Don't see UV.
there is a burned crucifix right there.
That count? I think I have to see it like actively burning.
I think it counted.
Okay. Might have changed it. I have not seen footprint off these, but it can also do stuff where... No. Okay, I'm thinking not UV. Which does rule out the mimic. It's probably not a mimic then. Well, 3 and 2.
Nice.
Alright, well, that was my idea.
Are you friendly? Oh, does that work now? Okay, I guess maybe just the breaker was out. That's
Breaker was out for a bit, and if it's hunting, you can't toggle lights. Not a mimic. On this light. I love this light. It's very helpful for seeing. Press enough. Big fan of seeing. Fortunately, not always easy to do in that. A lot of these. E. Least of all, because it makes the ghost much more loopable. Dribble noise. Weird. Why don't there a somewhere? It's just slow. Again, I did not keep. Good dent. Steady. It's because I can. Colorblind, but value issues? What kind of blends together? It's I lose Lizzie. Good. That's what I heard. Interest. Okay. Media. Ghostwriter. Burn crucifix. Orbs. It's not a mimic because we don't have UV. And the orbs are their own thing. That drops it to things. Hi, Liz. Revenant? What are you trying to tell me? And I shine the light on him. On. Okay. Easiest thing to check would be for Ghostwriting. Ghostwriting would be Revenant. Spirit Box, you tried a lot and you never got one. Onryo. Dots would be Ure. We have not seen Dots. I think it's a Revenant. Money is on Revenant. Let's see what Revenant says. I can't see shit. You know bloom lighting affects your fucking journal now? They changed this again? Foremost, there are new ones. Blind ass ghost. Huh. Look at that. Swing. Faster in pursuit. Prefer chasing. Interesting to know. Who are you? I can look at Revenant. Violent ghosts that will attack indiscriminately. Speed can be deceiving. Slow while dormant. As soon as they hunt, they can be very fast. Ghost orb, ghost riding, freezing temps. Hey Liz, are you there? A plate being thrown at the ghost book anymore. Okay, hi. If it's ghost writing, throw plate vaguely at ghost book. If you did not see ghost writing, throw it away from monitor. Not see ghost. Ooh. Oh no. That was my Hail Mary. Did you ever get Spirit Box? Monitor, yes. Yes, you got Spirit Box? No, you did not get Spirit. So Spirit Box is one. Dots would be Ure. Did you ever see Dots by chance? I did not see Dots. No, you did not see Dots. I feel like we really would have seen Dots by Onryo and Revenant. F5, neither. Ghostwriting is Revenant. Spirit Box is Onryo. I'm gonna go with Revenant. The book isn't thrown. Might be written in. Does that sound good to you? Cool. You can disagree if you'd like. I don't care. I'm going off what I've got. Because if there's not UV, then it's not a mimic, unless the mimic did your plates free. Okay. Unless the mimic was something that doesn't leave UV, which fuck you if that's the case. I'm probably gonna call it there. I can go check the book if you want. Throw at door if you want me to check for book. You do not want me to check for book. Okay, we're going. Okay, I love you. Bye bye. Hopefully Revenant's right. I don't know. Fuck. Oh. Yo, I did it. Okay.
I did in fact get ghostwriting. I just didn't understand your instructions.
Oh, well, that's because I'm autistic. Sorry. We did not autistic to autistic communication properly. Work on it in the future. 74 points.
The leave button, Deanna. That's not the right button.
Damn, I missed 2 words of power somewhere, and I'm not too upset about that right now. I was only on amateur? Damn, we were there forever. Okay. Do you want to do another one, or you want to call it?
I'd be down to do another one.
All right, we'll run an ad then. Exclusive content. Let's party. What do you want to tell the people that are subscribers and cool and nice?
Thank you.
You know what? That's a very good thing to tell them. You're so fucking smart, Liz. Damn. You know? I'm over here, can't even spell
I am
out.
also running an ad.
Over here, can't even spell autistic right, and you're fucking. Ugh.
I mean, we both did it though.
Oh, there were only 18 there. You found a doll, or I don't remember finding a doll. Did you find a doll?
There was one in the attic, I think.
Huh.
I tried to set it on fire because I thought it was a candle. I was really hopeful that it would be like a candle.
Okay, well it says 1 of 3, so
I
it
couldn't just put down a firelight anywhere.
might count if either of us finds the doll.
Nice.
But not the words. Interesting. Okay, whatever. Or I grabbed it and also thought it was a candle, but I didn't do the little animations. $85 for the Angel Lamp charm. Wonder if there's a second tier after that. Oh yeah, it says this is 20 days long. We got 3 weeks of this.
We got plenty of time.
Yeah, we'll get some of the shit. Don't know what a doll puzzle is, but hey, we're working on it.
Yeah.
Maybe we have to interact with the dolls in a specific order? But,
Maybe?
I don't know.
Where'd your helpful guy go?
Like, half the shit, they really do think the community's gonna figure it out and share with each other, so... It's fine unless you want to solve it yourself without being spoiled to shit. You'll get really thrown
I have to go
off?
to the bathroom.
Huh?
I'll be right back. I have to pay. I have to PS.
Okay, do it.
BRB.
I have stamp. Sure. Why not? Oh, very normal. Oh. Normal. Normal. I'm an adult. Yeah. You're Satan. Oh, the balls. Balls are dropping. I counted, so up, up, up.
Phasmophobia by Alan Wake. Something had shifted. The investigators saw immediately. Ghost hunting contracts for GHD were always strange, but this was something else. Beyond the obvious change in the room, the television sets, the chalk drawings, there was something more
Oh shit, my
subtle.
dolls.
A dark and unseen presence pressing against the fabric of reality, about to rewrite things for an unknowable purpose. The feeling had emanated from the typewriter that had manifested in the middle of the room with faint clacking of keys. More imagined than heard. The story on the page the investigator was now reading, was the description of what was happening to them now. They were trapped in a story.
Who hasn't been? Love scoring points for not scoring points. Fishing. Points for that, then actually getting hoops. Oh. Oh, that kind of intense gameplay. Lizzie. Bye. For Lizzie. Waiting. Oh. Yeah. Girl. Girl. Another map. At least try each of them. Something to do with the game. Really could have picked a song that's more than seconds long. They're closer to 12. Didn't even 10. Oh, my ball!
Good news, I've returned.
Hi, I didn't do anything.
Here a basketball.
You definitely won't turn around to see any.
Street manager. Why would I turn around? That would be silly.
You definitely wouldn't see anyone's fanny.
Hi, Dallas. I'm surprised you're still here. Shouldn't you be in bed? Hey,
Yeah?
that's some sort of yonic symbolism there.
Yeah, I had no idea what it could be. Probably a canoe.
Canoe sounds right.
Yeah, it's a canoe. You know, if it's really a canoe, it should probably be like, you know, just fording a river. Fording a river.
Yeah.
Definitely a canoe because of the way the water is parting.
Definitely a canoe.
Yeah. Nothing else.
You can tell it's a canoe because it's shaped like a canoe.
Yeah, it's a canoe. Moderators. And it's definitely not anything hairy.
Excuse me?
What?
What do you mean it's 6 a.m.? Talus? What in the hell kind of time zone are you in?
I didn't know you had multiple me's for friends. Nice and hairy. Anyway, want to go try that
There we
last
go.
map?
What?
I'll go try that last map.
Yeah.
Oh, also the doll you found totally counted. Look over here. They're dolls.
Oh, neat.
Oh, apparently you can now
Oh,
pick them
yeah,
up and
that's
throw
the
them.
little guy I found in the attic.
Yeah. There's all our weird little dolls.
I found the moose.
Apparently. Yo,
He's
look
made out
at
of a clothespin.
the dolls we found.
Hell yeah.
I wonder if these are the puzzles then.
He shot the moose in the woods, but he did not shoot the deer. He took the deer to his house, and there he made her his wife. We laughed, but he set us straight. The deer is dear to me, in more ways than one, but a moose steak is never a mistake.
Shot the moose, but did not shoot the deer. We found a moose. Wait.
Okay, but is it 6:30 where you are, or is it 5:30 where you are? Because it's a half hour right now.
We don't have a deer. Deanna. I think I get it.
Sarah.
Shot the moose in the woods. Here's the woods. Put the moose there. He took the deer to his house. So if we had a deer, we'd put it in his house. I think that's the puzzle.
Ooh.
But we haven't found a deer. We gotta find the deer. And if we find the deer, I think that's the... I think I know what we're doing next time. This time we're gonna try this new map. Nice coffee head. Come on. Hey, good news, your nose ring's the right direction now.
A halftime zone from us. I forgot those existed.
Liz, I have horrible news about our noses.
Yes.
They filled them in black.
It's true.
I can no
This
longer...
explains why I can't breathe.
I can't stare up your strange fleshy nostrils anymore. They ruined it. Game's ruined. Delete. Uninstall. Alright. Last one for now. Got mac
I've
and
seen
cheese calling.
several calls to boycott the game on Reddit, by the way.
Really? Why are they calling to boycott the game?
Guys, boycott the game you already bought.
I mean, that might explain why there's
It's the ghost.
all of 20 active rooms right now when I looked to make a room earlier. But,
Ghost events.
did they explain why they want it boycotted, or are they just mad about the state of it?
They were just mad about the character customization update.
Okay, well, I don't know what more they want. They already
Like,
said, sorry,
specifically.
we'll try to do better. And I'm like, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe Phas is not jank when it starts not being jank. I will say, though, we played 3.5 hours and I haven't thrown up, so that's an improvement over how motion sick I was last week. From our 1 hour of playing. With all the jittering.
So is this like Sunny Meadows or?
This is
What is this
Bleasdale
one?
or whatever.
Oh, good.
Cannot read that. I'm never gonna read that. Okay. Much too hard to read. Is this hiding spot
Okay,
open?
I will not.
I hear you whispery bit.
Well, I am already hearing. Right. Shadow dudes do the whisperies. Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, the ghost is already talking to me.
Hey, I found a doll.
EMF reading about it.
We got. That's not a deer. That's like a princess or something.
Oh.
Good sign. Inky black death footprints? That's an Alan Wake thing. I go away if I turn the lights off?
I'm gonna go find the pair, Mike. I forgot to grab that.
Yep. Black shit is this map's things that go away when you turn the lights off. Temperature drop and object movement in the bathroom.
Shadow dudes. Oh,
Over here is I got a temperature drop.
what I thought it was? No.
Hey, what?
I heard the ghost, but no.
Over here.
Not me.
This room, 14 degrees. I don't know if it's the ghost room, but it is much
there we
colder
go.
than any other
That's
room.
the ghost. That's gotta be the ghost, right?
There's a guy right
Yeah.
there whispering.
Ghost is in here.
I think ghost is in here. Here's what I'm gonna do. Look for the bone while we're at it for these guys. I will search for the bone as best I can while purging the evil spirits from them, as they annoy me. It's not that they're evil, it's that they're annoying.
I walked through one of them in the pitch black and it was terrible.
Okay. Wrong thought. Twofer. Particle systems make me horny. Over here. Chill us the fuck out.
Are you friendly? Do you want to hurt us? Are you just ignoring me? You want to watch me break my ankles?
I heard that.
Come on, Mr. Ghost. Just talk on my EMF. Give me an EMF on that. Talking to you.
Honestly, a better ghost than they. How hard would it be to just burn from the shaders, man? Don't steal them out. Maybe it's a deal for the deal. Giving you shaders? Use them? Better ghost, like that little shadow behind them when you move? That's perfect. I'll say that. Oh, my life. Pew! Okay. Good news, this freezer also freaks the fuck out. This is a crap. What happened? Hope I'm still poke. Hold the flashlight. Marlo, Merlin, whoever, stop eating plastic. Can't see you over there. I hear you doing it. Peace, freak. Cats are dumb. I love them, but they're stupid. That's fun. Gotta connect. Cleaner. Seen the fuse box? Because it's not neither of the two places I'm used to finding it. Was that?
Ghost ready.
Good. Minic's not on the table. Down to 3 already. Well done. Trying to banish all these fuckers. There was one. You're whispering, Theo. Tarot card. I think I have purged the house of evil spirits. I'm now going to try and figure out where that goddamn fuse box. Sanity shockingly high, consider. torch and I'm an idiot. What about that? Have EMF in there? Or not EMF. The ultraviolet, UV. Lights are on. Whoa, that's a good. Hello, are you enjoying having lights on again?
What?
Enjoying having lights on again?
Yes, I am. So
Thought I
did
brought
shine
salt.
the UV light on all this like right after it happened. I didn't see anything, huh?
Thought I brought salt with me, and I guess I didn't. Sorry. I did find a doll that may or may not have been the deer, though.
Nice.
Oh. Have we checked for freezing temps recently?
Not recently, no.
Be the one I'd look at. Photo of the writing, probably. Didn't yet.
Alright. What was the other thing?
I've not seen the bone yet. Granted, I've also been running around in the dark for a while. So.
Fun.
Huh? Haven't
Fun.
found the bone. Haven't found the cursed thing. Wasn't tarot cards, I don't think. Something in this front room sometime. Good news, the cupboards in this back room squeak the same way you scream. Perfect. Not full of dolls. Peek. Kind of mean place I'd hide. Scavenger hunt. Start putting time. Spookiest ways to come. Weirdly empty room. Yeah. Good. Hello? Interesting. This part. Everything is under menace. Those are not. In fact, if I find the dolls, it helps her. Gives. What they wanted you to play. Really was. It was. Kind of the beef with me being assigned Barrett theme. Going to miss it too long. Oh. Get more. This. Lit, but it's not. Oh. Here we go. Rude as hell. There can be oh, in here. Arrow cards in their spot. I don't know, or something. Annoying. Various things are and it's just trying to look because we both get them if definitely and people watch both streams at once. No, I've seen Kaz doing it. Pop up. Honestly, clever. Full picture. Oh, we. that actually the time? Oh yeah, that's pretty much it. I love when they do that. I love when games do that. It seems like such a simple thing. Hello. You were hard to miss. There could be something in here. The closets could... Hey, Misty Wall. Burning World, I think. Very smart. Especially if we keep stringing together all the time. Be a great spot. Oh, hello. Oh, yeah. I never got a good look at this room. Has this always been here? Got what?
Freezing temps.
Oh, yeah. Our homeboy the Revenant again, then. Seems very... I found one of the charms that's up in the attic. Probably gonna want that. Box. In the girls' room in the corner under her bed. Is that or off, or is that Liz died? Focus on. Hi. I was about to come see if you died.
Hello.
The thingy. You probably want the thingy.
I do probably want the thingy.
The back here. Over there. For the bed, you have to crouch. The Casey lunchbox.
There it is.
If I open my journal, my flashlight goes away? Fuck you, I guess. See shit. I never found the bone. I never found the cursed object.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was working on, was trying to find the bone and the cursed object.
Oh, is this the last doll? Hello.
Because we still need like 3 photos. That's
Found
just
all
a
3
quick way
dolls.
to get rid of 2 of them. Nice.
So we should have those. So we see in the share the dolls. It's good. That's something. I wasn't useless. Might have gotten all the thingies. The power's out. It's on the back porch. I have not found the bone. I don't know where my sanity's at. I know I have a watch. Let's look at that. I'm a little crazy. You knew that, didn't you? Okay.
You know what? This is Grafton?
Let's say this is bleak.
Okay.
Like up here is supposed to be tarot
Yeah, you're
cards
right.
if they
This is
have them.
Yes, this is Bleasdale.
Tarot cards here. There's something else can be up here. I don't see it either.
Music box. In the room to your left with all the china. Okay.
Thought I checked that, but I know a couple of them. The monkey's paw's not where it would be. Yeah, I got this. Like Ouija board? I haven't found that. Gone. Like gone. Where am I at? I don't know this room well. There's probably something in here I'm missing. This would be my bet.
Oh, it's the voodoo doll.
Awesome. Good job.
I almost picked it up. I was like, oh, a doll. Alan Wake. Ow.
Exactly. Oh, I did miss one. Some of these are mean. I take care of the hunting. I figure next time you're probably gonna be the one doing it. Here? Up. Doing okay though. We got... I don't know where the damn bone is. That's all of them. But of course. Opposite. Lights are good. Doesn't like some good scene. What the fuck? There be light. What's up?
Thanks for light.
I don't even know where to begin looking for the bone that I would have missed. Maybe the... I'm not exactly staring at the ground, am I? She's looking for the bone. She's good at looking for the bone. Let's think about what I can do to actually help the investigation. That might be good. Might be good. Right? Please do something to contribute. What we need. We put this one for off. Just a ghost event. Have an escape during a hunt. 2 photos. Look. EMF. Got voodoo doll. 2. What I can do that's photos still. Getting a photo of the bat. Mind you. It's a revenant. It's like, quite possible. You know, this ghost responds to everyone, and we've been apart the whole.
Maybe, but like, I got.
Dirty water. Up in it.
Just so many places that the boat could be.
Phone would be our last photo too, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Witness a ghost event. Not
And
a.
then we just need to. I don't know how I haven't witnessed a ghost event yet. I was in here and was throwing shit around.
Responds to everyone. A ghost event is like when it does something like the breath or the. If we're both in here and we start chanting its fucking name, maybe? Jason Everly. Jason Everly is a little bitch. Jason Everly smells like poo-poo pee-pee.
Needs to manifest in front of my camera so I can take a picture of him.
Jason Everly would not be able to handle this. What? He's dick? Nothing. No. Jason Everly is a wussy baby.
I don't think Jason Everly is ready for this jelly.
I don't think Jason Everly is real. And if Jason Everly was real,
Probably not.
Jason Everly would absolutely be a homophobe. What do you have to say about that, Jason Everly?
That crucifix. That crucifix burnt.
Think Jason? Jason! Are you an epileptic, Jason? No reason, Jason. You think, Jason?
Okay, I didn't mean to throw that. Oh, yep, okay. We don't need any more photos. That was a burned crucifix.
Good. I love your creepy, oblivion-ass face in the corner when you crouch. Just throwing a pissing all by yourself handsome. It'd be one of my favorite memes. Why is it one of my favorite memes? Well, you see, I'm a dumbass. We don't need to say more. I'm gonna run to the truck and grab some whatchamacallums. You know, whatchamacallums. All three dolls and the charm by myself. Maybe even all of the thingies out together. Unless they did finally put some outside, but so far they haven't. So. A lighter. For the record, the best hiding spot is probably right over there. Mind you, you're crouching on the toilet. Listen.
Look,
Listen.
I'm waiting.
No, keep doing what you were doing. Yes, perfect. No, hold up whatever you're holding up. Good. Thank you. Don't ask. Don't worry about it. Merlin! Stop eating plastic.
I'm worried about it.
What'd you even? That was... Hey, we witnessed a ghost event.
Alright.
Just a fucking ghost event. Merlin? Need you in a minute.
Alright. I didn't like that.
I don't like the Alan Wake ghost noises. Honestly though, much scarier.
I didn't like that at all.
The scarier noises they make, the fucking... So just so you know, follow me. Hiding spot? Hiding spot? Hiding spot?
Oh yeah, back here.
Yeah. However, if we have the voodoo doll, we do have the entire upstairs to work with. We can trigger a hunt. But we have to we have to specifically escape the ghost.
To escape the ghost.
Yeah, that's harder. We can... Okay, here's my idea.
Aren't revenants, like, hard to escape from, too?
Yeah, they're very fast.
Very fast.
So here's my theory. Here's my theory.
I'm not very fast.
Well, right, but we have this closet here. This is a hiding spot.
Ooh.
So, in theory... Sorry, I'm looking at the one triangle of my boob. Literally, one is bigger than the other. Fascinating. Don't worry about that. So in theory, we could bring the voodoo doll down. We both have incense we can pop if it gets close. Then we can hide. What?
Alice. Good thing I was crouching on the toilet when that happened.
Oh, yeah. I was going to paste that, and I got distracted by the scary-ass noises. It's too big. I'll have to do some editing. Hold on. I'm going to put that in Paint for when we're done. You'll see it later. It'll be great. You'll be like, oh, dear.
Okay, beautiful.
Alice isn't in... Is he in your Discord? I don't know. Regardless.
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Well, then at least I'll put it in both. Let's grab our voodoo doll. Do I really not have a hand? Do I have two? Hey, you need an extra one of these? There you go. All right, because I was bringing you one.
But I already had one.
I didn't know you had one.
Prepared this time.
Yeah, wow, it can happen. All right, Liz, consider this a live test of your evolving flight or flight response. If you're feeling really ballsy, we could also try hiding out in the shed outside, but this one seems easier to work with. Ready?
Right.
Do you have it out? Because in my perspective, you're holding nothing very confidently.
I do, in fact, have it out.
Okay, that's what he said.
Hey, you're holding nothing too, from my perspective. So.
Awesome. Well, I'm popping pins on a voodoo doll. Okay, hunt has started. Get ready. No, okay. Don't forget to turn your flashlight off. Coming. Where you at, bitch? Come on. Dee-lee-lee-lee-lee. Revenants are stinky and suck. Hey, there you are. Good, let's go. Fucking lucky we're good too, because I forgot to turn off my flashlight before I got in. I was like, oh shit. Not a perfect game. Did we do it? Busy. It may be on amateur, but considering how much bullshit has been happening, and that one of us was just off looking for dollies and glowy wall writing, I think you specifically did pretty good.
Yay!
All right, let's. You have it marked, Revenant.
I do.
Freezing temperatures, ghost orb, ghost writing.
Yep.
All right, let's party. Perfect game. Something resembling money.
Perfecto.
Welcome back.
Delicious.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
I'm so glad you're here sometimes. Like, oh, we never found the bone. It's not a perfect game, so we never found the fucking bone.
Didn't catch the bone, yeah.
Damn it. Regardless, I was going to say, I'm so glad you're here sometimes because I hate the fucking paramic. I can never get it. I've unlocked the angel lamp charm and the lunchbox.
Nice.
Guess I got my points. I don't know how far off you are, but
I'm 6% of the way away from the angel charm.
we'll get that easy. So, I always forget I named my my prestige thing. Oops, I fall down. Okay. Oh, you can change your card's ID color. Look at that. Purple. This, of course, will be hot pink. Oh, but you only have one of these. Okay. I like Mr. Coffee more. Not even a coffee fan. I'm just... There's a deer mask hiding somewhere, which sounds pretty sick. And a thermos. No.
Why am I not allowed to equip a second, like, badge thingy?
I don't know. You only get one. Deal with it, I guess. Sucks, but whatever. What do you mean I have something on that I can't save? What did I even click on? I chose a badge color. Was that it? No. I wanted Mr. Coffee. Save? You decided that didn't work for some reason. Okay. Cool. Because I was looking at the unlockable. I don't like that UI. Gotta see if this works. This? Oh, that's a moose or a deer. I mean, this is very clearly more moosey antler. Moose in the forest. And is this the deer? Oh, it worked! It worked, Liz. Did it count for you?
What?
Did you get the thingy?
Yeah, I think something changed. I don't see a tree anymore.
When we are young, we dance in the sun. Then years of toil and family, in the house we suffer quietly. In our twilight years, we make our way to the sunken shore, and we journey across the sea of night, the dreaming sea, as we surrender to the waves.
Okay, well, we got young.
When we're
What-
young, we dance in the sun.
We have a young anything else? I got this funny clown.
And years of toil and family, in the house we suffer quietly.
Does look like she's kind of crying.
In our twilight years, we make our way to the sunken shore.
I really, really doubt this is meant to be her old, but sure. Yeah, I don't think we have enough dolls. You're free to look at what I chose as the old lady doll, though. Have your own words about it.
I don't see where it went when you dropped it.
Right here.
Yeah, it's not there.
A about in your face?
No. There it is.
That was my old lady choice.
That's like a troll.
Yeah, it's what I had. I have the funny jester. I have the bear. I have the moose.
When
Sure
we
what
were young,
Sunken
we
Shore
danced
is
in the
supposed to
sun.
be.
Then years of toil
Assuming it's the
and
water.
family. In the house, we suffer quietly. In our twilight years, we make our way to the sunken shore, and we journey across the sea of night, the dreaming sea, as we surrender to the waves.
Oh my god, Liz, I just noticed. Another canoe. It's a sign.
It's all coming together.
Deanna, we need to go rafting. Your head is in my pants.
I can tell. Hello.
Happy birthday to me! Your turn! Oh! Boy, look at that jeans texture. Very nice. Oh, look. A little more fucked up canoe. This one's going sideways. We're adults, Liz.
We are.
We are adults. Okay, can I tell you something? This whole game has trained me with lights. I really want to turn this one off. I really want to turn it on and off. I really want to turn it, but I can't. I'm not allowed.
Right?
Oh, and I can't even type. I'll type my way. Spacebar. I hit something. Write a story, bear. Write a fucking story, bear. Another typing. Did you look at the trailer for the Horse Steel game?
I did not.
Oh, it's special. You'll probably giggle. Fascinating little thing. Hey, all our stuff's still up in the truck. Well, maybe not all our stuff's still up, but look at our lovely photos. This is a great one. Every time we made this, I like this pitch black one.
That's pretty
Crotch.
good.
Voodoo Doll came out great. Dirty Water is exactly what I took. Writing. Alright. Well. You know, good news. In the lighting of the truck, your hair turns gray.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. Well,
That's what it's supposed to be.
you age gracefully. Don't worry about it. Not a wrinkle on your face. You look like you're 20, but, you know, the hair, you're Steve Martin in it. Don't worry about it. That's a reference the kids will get, right? The kids who were up at 2 in the morning on a weeknight. Those kids.
Right, it is a weeknight.
It is a weeknight. It's a Tuesday. Well, now it's a Wednesday. But...
It's my weekend.
Yeah. I have macaroni and cheese calling me. Again, it is 2 in the morning on a weeknight, so we should probably call it.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired.
Do we want to end with a sign on, like a tally of how we did? Oh, God forbid we just have a ramp over there, right?
Yeah, that would be too convenient. Or like the ability to jump.
Remnant Records spoiled us with jumping, but you know what Phasma spoiled us with? Intangible friends we can walk through. So, pick your poison.
True.
Community is not us, but it is us contributing to it. So, they're a quarter of the way. Not bad for day 1. I am done with Angel Lamp. There does not seem to be a tier 2, and if there is, they're not showing it to me yet. Okie dokie. I am missing 2 words of power somewhere in that fucking farmhouse, and I'm mad about it.
Terrible.
Yeah. But we did solve the first doll puzzle. Now, your words of power probably, we don't share those, right? So you're a completely different fucking number.
No, I've only got 10, yeah.
Yeah, I'm obsessive. I'm like, ooh, treats, give me treats.
Do.
Fucking love treats. So,
all of them, then I can be the one who finds all the treats, and you can do all the hard work.
Yeah. I am missing. There's a fourth fucking doll in the Palace Lodge.
Oh,
Shit.
interesting.
So happy I found 3. It's like I found all 3 dolls. There's a 4th one. Fucking 4th one. There's a fucking. We have found none of them in the Oh Dear Diner. There's that. Didn't know what we were looking for yet. And I only found 1 in Cauldron Lake. So I do have one thought. I do have one thought about this. The blacklight rooms. Summoning spider-shaped ghost that moves at remnant speed. We found an evil person. I'm not saying no.
That wouldn't bother me.
It bothered the fuck out of me. I think the blacklight house, like the one cabin, I think there should just be a chance of that happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Walk into Tanglewood sometimes at the blacklight house, just like, oh no.
Oh no, ravers were here.
Ravers were here. I don't know, like they've always had like the ability to do UV is already blacklight because they have the feet and stuff. They've used it in the past for events with like arrows and writing on the floor and shit.
True.
Like Blood Moon almost never had. There's a lot of stuff they can do that's really simple that's already in the game that they just kind of don't. I kind of wonder why they never employ any of it. You know what I mean?
Can't make the game too good.
Apparently, because like I know it doesn't necessarily make the most actual sense for most maps, but just that the blacklight there, very cool, and it's already in the shitty house.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, full of mannequins and creepy dolls and shit. So it kind of works. Not a bad choice. And that I can't explore more of Coffee World. I want to ride the percolator, Liz. Do you see the sign? It's just beyond the fence.
I didn't see the sign.
If you have a flashlight, you can beam it out there.
You
You can
think
see like.
Slenderman's still out there?
I don't know, but if he is, I'm sure he's having a wonderful time.
I bet he's riding the percolator.
Probably riding the percolator or the Ferris wheel, unless the Ferris wheel is the percolator, in which case, wow, what a weak thing to call the percolator. Disappointed.
True.
But yeah, I think in terms of goals for next time, as I'm assuming you would like to continue this, get your treats. I like treats. You like treats? Who doesn't like treats?
I like treats.
I'm missing 2 words of power at fucking Elderwood. I might just go get those on my own time. Just fuck them out. Friendly Ghost Guide that shit or something. I don't know. And we need dolls. And you need to get your words. So you can get Alan Wake's jacket. See. Alan Wake's very desirable jacket. I'm going to go look at it right now. We can look at it, you know. Let's see here. Alan Wake's very desirable jacket is... it's a suit jacket. I mean...
I'm just saying the FBI jacket's a lot cooler looking.
FBI is a lot cooler looking. Suit jacket does have Keanu energy, though. So...
True. Especially when you combine it with the suit pants.
Yeah, so, like, if you went full fucking Keanu energy, I could see that not ruining your life. That's all I'm saying. Oh,
I do want to point out.
Oh,
if you click on Saga Anderson's jeans and boots.
The crotch makes sense. Almost.
The crotch makes sense, but also, is that a jegging texture to you?
Is that a what texture?
Denim leggings. That's what it says it's supposed to be.
Durable denim legging. You know, it does look pretty latexian.
I was gonna say, like, yeah, that's like leather pants.
Mind you, I will wear them because, like,
regular jeans are definitely denim texture.
Like, these fucking things, at least the crotch isn't between my knee. What is with the pants?
Best pants option.
At least it looks like pants. Even Alan's pants look weird.
Yeah, although to be fair, like, I don't know, old man suit pants do kind of do that.
Fine. I'm just wondering where they've been shopping that their jeans do that. I recommend they stop. It's so ugly. I hate it so much. All right.
You get Alan Wake's dress shirt
Oh, we get a shirt too, huh?
and a sweater.
Oh, the Prestige 4 shirt's kind of cool. Doesn't really fit this MILF-ass body I'm using. Oh, I like the Prestige 5 one a lot. That's cool. That's a cool one. Oh, God, my...
I know, right? It's pretty cool.
I like 9 because I like purple, so... But Prestige 9 is
Purple
about
is a good color.
20,000 years away. The dress shirt just kind of... The tie... Liz, I know you're not using a female body. Let me just say, I don't think ties work like that.
Let me look again.
Huh?
No, I don't think they work like that.
It's S-curving. Oh, the tacky sweater is kind of
It's
my...
like...
Yeah.
So here's the thing, is... Like, the male's chest is, like, round, and then, like, for his abdomen, it kind of caves in a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not how ties work. He look like that in all of his shirts? Yeah, he does look like that in all of his shirts. It sure looks the worst on the Alan Wake one.
Oh, hey, they have a special badge if you're a Discord staff member.
Ooh.
You know.
They should hire me to be on Discord just to be funny.
Be an official Kinetic Games partner. Now, see, we do stream this a lot, Kinetic. I'm just saying. I'm not a volunteer translator, but it's cool that they have a badge just for that. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna wear my Firefly necklace.
Apparently, every time you change your thing, it
it.
changes my thing. Win the Blood Moon Art Contest
Weird.
2024. They have art contests? Oh, some of these are just gone forever. Oh, hey, Seer. Unlocked by watching a Phasmophobia Twitch stream on select dates in May to June 2026. So if people want a pixel art deer, they got to watch us later.
True.
Mixed the Galaxies one, though. I'm still mad. Whatever, guys. The fact that you had to watch it live or fuck you. Ugh. Whatever. Oh, I deleted my... Whoa! Okay. I hit save and it generated my new photo, and for about half a second, my eyes were not in my head. They were like floating outside of it.
Ruh-roh.
You know,
You hate to see it.
sometimes your eyes just escape. You know? Don't your eyes do that?
Happens to me all the time.
Yeah, me too. Just rolling down the street. Savlonic starts playing for no reason. Don't worry about it. Look it up. Anyway, what is your immediate future plans, Liz? What are you doing tomorrow? Tell the people.
I am probably playing Pacific Drive tomorrow morning.
Oh, sick. I love Pacific. Never finished it. They have
It was
DLC
on sale
now.
recently, I think, so I picked it up.
Yeah, it was on sale. You should have got through Humble Choice at some point.
Well, someone's getting a free copy of Pacific Drive then.
Hey, stream giveaway.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Come
DLC.
join my Discord. Sometimes I offload free games on you.
Yeah, I know. I have the DLC. I think that was part of why I haven't got back to. It's like, yeah, but now there's a DLC. For one.
I don't want to make cats. I just do cats. Okay.
Weird, creepy shit. Fun Pacific Drive fact for you. People talk about Bigfoot all the time in the game. There is a rare chance that you will see the shadow of Bigfoot walking in front of you. I don't know if I've ever seen it. It disappears as soon as you like get line of sight with it. Like someone has done like a camera break or something. You can see it literally sink into the ground to be harder to see. It's very funny, but it is there. It's real. Bigfoot real. Is that ruining the mystery or giving you something to look for? I don't know. I spent a good 10 hours of that game wondering if Bigfoot was real before I finally saw a video way later. I'm like, whoa, Bigfoot's real. Kind of fun. It's not even the only thing like that.
Bigfoot real.
Bigfoot real. Pacific Drive, great. I hope you have fun. I'm supposed to play Berseria tomorrow, but I was supposed to draw today and I did not. So I'll probably have to make up for that because there is a commission due to this weekend for Rowlet, I believe it is. Either Rowlet or Buffle. Superior. One of them has something to do on the 15th with the bunny. So. I got work to do.
Yeah, that tracks.
Got work to do. And I'm trying to prepare this Bunalo Pride Month thing. Hooray! Oh, you'll be uncontested for attention because I'm totally up in the morning.
Right.
Yeah, me. Famous.
I can raid you.
I'm up in the morning right now. Technically. I'm going to eat some bacon, chicken, mac, and cheese.
AM hours.
It is. It is. I believe we're now wearing matching necklaces. Wow. I fell apart.
True.
I'm good at words. Besties. Yeah. So my next, I moved dev streams to Sundays, and hopefully it keeps working out. It didn't work out last week because whole Mabel thing.
Yeah.
You'll see what I cleaned the whole house. I was awake for less than 8 hours on Sunday. I slept like I slept like a fucking rock. I woke up late and I cleaned the house and I was so tired by the end of it. I'm like, I'm going to bed now. Like barely able to shut my mouth all the way to talk. Like, oh my god. Like foot rubs. I'm like, no. I'm gonna slough down the hallway.
I don't think so.
Me go night night. Go night night so hard. You know who else should go night night? Us.
Me.
You. Good night,
Yeah.
night. Supposed to stream in the morning. What are you doing? You're streaming now? Are you me?
I don't just stream until like 10. You have to be awake at like 9 though.
Are you secretly me? Am I secretly you? It's a mystery for the masses. I should raid somebody.
Truly.
I never raid anybody. Who should I raid, Liz? Let's look at who I should raid. Do we share raid if we share
I don't know.
chat?
I only have. I don't think so because it told me I could raid you.
Oh. Yeah, I only got 3 viewers. I don't know if that's worth it. Let me look at who's even here. It's Malka and Talus. So. It doesn't seem super worth raiding people with 2 people, one of whom I think is in your chat, so. Yeah. One of them is me. And one of my own.
If I raid out, I'm just going to send them to Shrimp Heaven, so.
Shrimp Heaven? I sent them the.
My friend Icy live streams his shrimp tank.
Oh.
And that's just always up.
That's fair. That's fair. You know what would be a good one to send people to? Bob Ross.
Bro.
I'm gonna raid Bob Ross. Is anyone still lurking on my stream? It does not accept raids. Oh, I was trying to let people sleep. Oh. Well, that ruins my whole brain. Oh, Liz. Oh. Okay. No Bob Ross. Sorry, sleepers.
I'm raiding Shrimpinati.
Shrimp, what is it?
Here we go.
Okay.
Shrimpinati.
Shrimpinati. Alright. I leave the viewers in your caring hands. Have fun at Shrimpinati.
You have good night.
I'm gonna eat the fuck out of that mac and cheese. And then probably go to bed. Thank you for playing with me for 4.5 unexpected hours. Improv. It was fun. We had fun.
Hell yeah.
I didn't throw up once. So
Yeah,
the animations have gotten at least that much better. So Good. And it only took them a week, which really makes me wonder a lot of things. But we'll talk about that some other time because it's already very late.
Yeah.
Good night,
Alright.
everybody.
Good night.
I'm a
See y'all
sploosh.
tomorrow.
Sploosh.
Bye-bye.